plugged into
the computer.
perfect.
Yep.
That's what I want. Are you gonna mic anyone else or like Madeline or somebody?
Yeah, or I'll pass it around for.
Whoever's talking.
Yeah. No, I'm good. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Eventually, someone can open the stream and tell me if. Okay, if you're gonna ask a question, ask it into this mic, and then I'll
I will.
answer.
Can we put it on a stick so it's on stick? Is that stick? Did you wanna? It's fine.
It is funny. No, I do like the idea. We wanted a stick. I know.
That's kind of funny. It's a magnet. Gotta steal something. Talking 2x4.
Talking to. What is this magnetic? Maybe.
It's kind of.
Hello, hello, hello.
He said the mic was up. Hold on. There's an obvious delay.
Yeah.
Yes, the point.
The magnets? Where are the magnets?
Can't hear you well. But I turned your volume down, so I can get rid of it.
Okay, so turn it up a little bit more. Hello, 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 hello,
Keep this up. Just turn it
hello.
Is the stream link into Discord?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, 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 hello.
I realized that wasn't what I was saying.
Is your computer max volume though?
Yeah.
Oh no. Am I really quiet?
Let me pull it up on my phone.
Where?
Theoretically.
Do you know where the magnets went, Jade?
It should be on the.
They're on them.
I have one here. Here, go. Wait a minute. I have one in my pocket.
Gracias.
The other one should be on the.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Theoretically, should I be able to hear it on my. I can hear you fine. No mic is good.
Okay.
Do
Sounds.
you know where the magnets are?
So it's a little delayed. Okay. Here you go.
I have the talking stick. Can you hear me? Is it good?
This is so.
Yep, I can hear you. It's really. You almost need to go louder. Yeah, you have to. I think.
On the other side.
I'm not even gonna lie. I think we're gonna have better luck with these than we are just
Well,
talking.
this
into
is
a speaker.
passing around.
Yeah, we're passing it around.
Okay. I'm just letting you know that like what I'm hearing is not the greatest.
What? How about now? What if I put it this close to my mouth?
So wait till it comes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just
Putting
talked
it on,
closer to it.
putting it on the outside. Hello, 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 hello. We now have a microphone. Yeah. Fake microphone.
Okay, so hold it really close to your mouth because that's what
Hello. Yes. Hello, 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 hello.
Why does Rode even sell
That's
them
fine.
phone when you can see that?
That's a great question, Isaac. I don't know.
I honestly kind of like it.
Yeah. 625? Dang, that's insane. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. Everyone, listen up. Everyone. We are starting. All right. We're going to start with any questions. Does anyone have any crazy questions that they would like answered?
Did you want this one or this one for me?
That one's for you, I suppose. Or we'll hand it to the person. I'll hand mine to the person who asks a question, if any of us are brave enough to ask questions.
You can just repeat it. You don't have to work over it. Luca, my question is there any rule against shooting the other team's balls out of the air while they're trying to score?
Okay, so Ronan asked, is there any rules against shooting the other alliance's balls out of the air? I don't believe so. That is an interesting strategy for defense.
Do you think you could program that?
In 3 days, no.
Okay, but yeah, I don't think there is a rule against that. There is a rule against humans throwing balls to disturb the other robots. So,
You can't just hook them.
yeah, you can't your human cannot throw the ball at the other robots. But
But my human could knock their balls out of the air still.
I believe in theory, yes. Yes, in theory. Okay. Yes, Aiden.
Did you find any safe zones?
Did
The
we-
only protected zone is the tower during endgame. So the last 30 seconds is the only time any area is protected.
That's correct. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Is it true that the circle bot has been banned once again?
It is true
No.
for, yeah, somewhat.
You can have a circle bot, but you may not ever extend over your frame perimeter.
In the circular direction.
Circle bot lives. Barely. Crazy circle bot. Crazy circle bot.
All right, so some notes that I had written down. The human player is almost useless again because they start with 24 balls. Once those 24 balls are gone, unless the robot feeds you more balls, you get no more balls. So if you put all 24 of them on the little chute, then open the chute, they're all gone. No more fun for you, I suppose. Yeah. Yes, Roman.
I think it makes defense bots more viable though, because you don't actually have to build a shooter. You can just push them into that, and your
Yes.
team player can do it.
Yes, that is true.
They're not useless.
Does lower the floor. Okay. The match time has increased to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Yes. Sorry. Okay. So the match is 10 seconds longer than it was last year and all previous years, I think. I don't know the last time it hasn't been 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Endgame has been re-extended from 20 seconds back to 30 seconds. Autonomous is now 20 seconds instead of 15 seconds. Okay, here's a big one. You cannot grab, grasp, attach to, become entangled with, or suspend from anything other than the rungs or the uprights of the tower. Which means that our initial thing of, ooh, maybe you can use the little support structure for something. You are allowed to touch them, but you are not allowed to grasp all the things I said before. The grasp, attach to, become entangled, all that. So basically, they're there to hold up the tower. If you touch them, that's fine, but you're not supposed to use them to actually climb on anything.
Something interesting I found is you may be touching other robots and still qualify for climb points. So if your alliance member is sitting on the ground and happens to be touching you, as long as you are in the air and meet the requirements, you still get the points.
Yep.
But of no buddy climb expansion.
Nobody climb.
Yes,
You
that
don't get
is
points at all if you're suspended by another robot.
correct. So that is G414.
There was a limit on climbs too, right? Only 2 robots can get points for climbing or something. Is that just auto or is that in game 2? I thought it was just auto.
I believe it is just auto, yes. You can get 2 times level 1 climb points in auto.
I missed that.
Level 2, level 3, you gain no points.
Yes.
It's not worth the risk.
Correct.
Do not climb any higher than level 1 during auto.
That is correct.
It is worth noting that it's worth 15 points if you climb in auto with the 2 robots max.
That is
whereas
true.
they're for the low rung, whereas it's only worth 10 points for the low rung in
Yes.
endgame.
That is very important indeed, especially for that endgame ranking point, which is 50 points
50.
total
Yeah.
for all tower points. So if you get 2 robots on L1 during auto, that's 30 of those points out of the way within the first 20 seconds, which sounds pretty good.
And also, auto is not worth more points.
Yes, that is very important. Auto, fuel are worth the same amount, which is a single point per ball, as they are in teleop.
And everybody gets the, 10-second buffer?
Yes.
So everybody has that 10 seconds to score what they started with an auto.
Yep.
What else? You can only score when you're inside of the alliance zone, so you can't shoot them over the net or from the inside of the field. You have to be over the robot line.
Yep. The extension limit horizontally is 12 inches, and you are only allowed to do that in one direction at a time. Vertical extension limit is 30 inches. That is from the beginning of the match to the end of the match, no extending upward at all, past 30 inches.
Is that a 30 on top of your? That's 30 total. So
That is 30
From the
total
carpet.
from the floor. Yes, Josh.
Just curious, did you at all by chance go over how the status of the hub is determined right before teleop?
Yes. So the status of the hub is determined by who scores the most points in auto, and I believe the team that scores more, theirs is inactive first. Yes?
Same amount, I think the FMS just picks one of you at random.
Oh, that's a fun fact. So Ronan just said that if if both teams score the same amount of fuel, the FMS just chooses randomly, which is kind of quirky. The There, return of the bumper gap. After not being allowed a bumper gap last year, you are now allowed on one side of your robot to have a gap. The only requirement is that you have 5 inches to your corner covered with bumper.
When you say a gap, is that one contiguous gap, or is that?
I believe it is one continuous gap.
It's one continuous gap, but they also allow gaps that are less than an inch and a quarter.
Yeah, yeah. So the standard 1.25 inch gap, if you have a bumper that's like multiple sections and there's little gaps in between the sections, that's fine and all. But there's one intentional large gap you are allowed. Do you have anything else?
Something about counting for tower points I noticed is you must be above the rung to count.
Yes.
So for the level 1 climb, you just need to be hanging on it and not touching the ground anymore. But for the level 2, your bumpers need to be completely above the level 1 rung. And to count for level 3, your bumpers need to be above the level 2.
Correct.
So you can still be touching the bar. Maybe you just have to be completely above it with your bumpers.
Yep. Someone had asked about the little trench height. The trench height is 22.25 inches, so that is under the 30 inches. So if you want to be even shorter, you can add that little extra challenge for yourself. The height of the ramp is 6 inches, and there's 15-degree slopes, which I personally think seems pretty fine to drive over for most drive terrains. We'll have to test it out. We'll test it out physically and in CAD, see if our bumper height is good. If not, we can add little spacers to our bumpers and make them higher. There's one other. Oh, the between the rungs is 18 inches, and the first rung is 27-ish inches off of the floor. Which, so basically that means that you have 3-inch clearance to get yourself somehow on top of the first rung, get something on top. So if you have like a hook or something, you could get that on top of the first rung. You have 3 inches for that, and then after that, 18 to get to the next, and then the next one.
I think frame perimeter went down. It's 110 inches.
Ooh, yes.
I think
So-
usually it's 120, but now
Correct.
it's 110.
Correct. So
What's our frame perimeter at?
I
Small.
believe we
think
are
it's-
20. Not really. We are 28 by 28.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I don't know. Whatever 28 times 4 is. Is that
Hopefully, it's not changing.
what?
116.
112. Okay. Wait. So is that?
So are we?
We're over.
Well, if we champ for our corners,
That's debatable. Yeah.
It's okay. It's alright.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Octagon robot. Okay. So we'll have to do some thinking on that. Okay. Alrighty. Any other questions, concerns, things you want to bring up? Anyone read anything else interesting? Ella did read that for, is it just for champs or is it?
It's for first champs and then like state, like any state.
Okay, yeah, so for district, for district championship level and for just Houston champs, the number of fuel on the field might increase, which is even more crazy because it's already 500 fuel. Yes, and
Yeah.
the number of fuel and the number for ranking points both go up potentially. So
G419 stood out to me.
Okay.
You can't collude with your partners to shut down gameplay.
yes,
For example, you can't block both the trenches. You can't corner game pieces.
Yep.
Etc.
yep. So basically, if you can't basically with your partner block off one specific area completely. I think that's been in the rules in the past. Yes, Jeremiah.
Anybody get how many like fuel we can have that one?
You can hold as many as you want. As many as you can. Yes, as many as the volume of your robot can hold.
I wonder what the theoretical maximum is if you only had hopper, no mechanism, just pure hopper.
Yeah, if you were pure hopper, we could probably do that math, but
Which is what makes the trench run interesting here.
it is. Yeah, so if we are considering doing the trench run, that means you can only be 22 inches tall, which means that say we have some sort of hopper system, your hopper is less tall, which means the volume you can hold is less. So it's an interesting trade-off. This game is all about trade-offs. If you're less tall, you have less volume. If you have
You can still use the horizontal extension to get a little bit more volume.
exactly what Ronan said. Very good job. That is something teams in 2017 discovered as well, that they stuck out their intakes and their hoppers got bigger. So, yes. Yes. Very astute observation. Anyone else? Anything?
You can't catch. You can't catch fuel. So if they're coming out of the hopper onto the ground, you can't grab them. I assume that also means that your teammate can't shoot them over the hub. You can't catch them. Josh?
What happens if you accidentally catch it? Like it lands somewhere in your robot, in your electronics panel?
I believe there is a penalty for that. It's
Yeah.
unintentional, but I believe that is still a penalty.
Things in accident. I had 2 robots stuck on the bottom I built once in 24, and we got double penalty for that. And then penalty.
Yep. So a violation of that is a minor foul. If strategic, a major foul, and potentially yellow card. So accidentally catching one, probably just a minor. If you're doing it on purpose to try and score more points, that's bad.
Keep that in mind.
Did we mention the rule of only extending in one direction at a time?
We did.
I was making sure.
Yep.
Making your hopper larger is going to be fickle. It has to be a part of your intake if you do that.
Correct.
They used to
Well, you can technically extend your hopper.
no.
Not past 30 inches.
If your
Well,
max
yeah.
height, you can't extend.
Oh, right. Your max height the whole game
Is
there's
30.
No, right,
A
yes.
retractable vertical hopper would be hilarious.
That would be pretty interesting.
So you just go, whoop,
Yeah.
and just get taller.
Yes, Josh.
Okay, so it was mentioned during the game video that we were allowed to climb during Auton and Teleop.
Correct.
But reading through the game manual, you can only score on the climb during level 1 during Auton.
That is correct.
So is there any true value to climbing during Auton?
For L1, yes. Past that, no.
You get, as it was pointed out earlier, you can get 30 of your 50 points for a ranking point, and it's
In
you
auto.
only need like another to do that again.
Yep.
So if you have 2 robots that can low bar climb, they climb in Auton and then they climb in end game, then you get a ranking point.
Yep.
You get more points if you climb, your one robot climb up,
Mhm.
one, go back down, go, another robot go in, climb up, go down.
The points are assessed for climbing at the end of the time limit. So they're counted at the end of auto and at the end of the match.
Correct. So you have to stay on the L1 rung until the end of auto buzzer sounds, and then I believe 3 seconds after that or something. 3 seconds is usually the time that it. Yeah. Yes.
Have you discussed at the charge and supercharge the
E-
points?
Yeah. So the main. I'm surprised. It seems like usually the at least last year the 3 ranking points were all based on different parts of the game. This year it seems very heavily focused on just get balls in. It is 100 and then 350, 360 balls for the 2 ranking points. So they are placing heavy emphasis on just get as many balls in the thing as possible. Steamworks was only 2 bonus ranking points. There was 1 for the gears and 1 for the fuel, I believe. If I'm not. Yeah. Yes. So yeah. Yes. This game, I believe, is very much a spiritual successor to 2017.
Which is also why they're announced being one of the best games.
Yes. Yeah. So
Happy they picked a good one.
exactly. Yep. Okay.
Do we get as bad of an intro song? No. I think we listened to the intro song. That was so hard. So good.
Let me see.
William's back in our good graces first.
I still have not received an email for rules quiz.
Is it on Chief Delphi?
There is a thread for it. I haven't checked it
You
yet.
ever see that video of him and it's like a BMW and it makes music as you drive depending on the speed you're going? I think he could do that with the robots.
They're going really fast with the time. They were 25 pieces out.
See the video of Will.i.am at Champs just straight up saying the F-bomb into the mic?
Like twice. I haven't seen the video, but my
Hold it, stop.
I'm not gonna pause with the camera. Yeah, I'm smiling now. I can't.
Okay, just in front of all the kids.
Did we start the stream?
Yes, the stream is going. Darren, why else would we be talking into the microphones?
That's true.
I'm just holding this random piece of our cabinet for no reason.
Yeah.
Came out of the cabinet.
Yes.
I think we should just keep it like that.
I mean, it works fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's not easy.
I was my group for this, and then I think it was when are we going into like this is the shoots. These are the intakes. Like when are we going into this group
One of the
specifically?
games I missed.
Because I think that's when I'll sit out and go group to group. So this is
Probably not. Maybe.
That's this.
No, she's wondering when we're going to split by mechanism.
Split by mechanism. That's probably as of now.
Yeah.
So I'll do this in my group and then I'll split off and I'll do group 2.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. That's for.
He might be fake French.
Oh, it's added 17 minutes ago.
Yeah, I heard that, but I can't find
Well, it's really convenient they provided this whole points breakdown chart for you. They haven't done that some.
the points breakdown.
I don't.
That's usual.
Every
Yeah.
every year.
Yeah.
I swear I've had to. I swear it's been harder sometimes.
I can't find it. Can you
It
find it?
just shows the link now to get it.
Oh, it does.
It's right here. Would we like to share?
Yes, please send that in the Discord.
Oh no, he's actually.
Do we see the results for that?
Probably.
Published.
Table 6-4 clutch.
Oh, it's like literally a quiz.
I mean, this is just.
Okay, so it tells you the results after.
I guess so, yeah. Well, there's not much point, and if it doesn't,
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so we are now. Okay, everyone! We are now going to be sending out the Citrus Circuits rules test in the Discord. I believe it's just a Google form that tells you if you get questions right or wrong. We'll see.
Yeah.
This is the first time we're doing it, so we'll see.
be good. Whoever gets a high score gets
Yeah.
something.
Yep, highest score gets. Great question. The first energy drink, maybe? I don't know. Up to you. Oh, dang it. Ronan. Aiden. Yes, Josh.
If I get all the points, can I go to Panera and get Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Sheesh, maybe, yes.
Only if you order it. If you order it, I'll pick it up for you.
Okay.
Take this off a minute so I don't
Yeah.
breathe into it the whole time.
Okay. Hey, live stream, we're going to be taking the rules test real quick. I'm going to put you down. Bye-bye.
Recipes all 2 people.
would, okay. Please give me suggestions or counteract my opinions or if you disagree, okay? I would like to intake from the floor.
Yeah.
I would like to score in the hub. And I would like to attempt to get a level 3 climb. Yeah. Okay.
I think at least a level 1 climb should be a priority.
Yes. Okay. Bare minimum L1 climb. Aim for L3.
Yeah, marker.
Marker. Oh, you want me to write that? My handwriting. Here.
I
Yeah.
also have bad handwriting, so I write thinking aloud here. It
Yes.
says that you have to be in contact with the top rungs to be a level 3 climb. You have to be supported by them.
Yeah, you can't touch the other rung if that's what you're asking.
I don't mean touching the other rung. I mean, do you have to be supported by the climbing thing, or
No.
do I just have to contact?
I mean,
You have to be up to.
Are you saying just like
if the robot
elevator?
jumps, it touches the top right at the end of the match, like the climb point.
Doesn't have to. You have to. Stay
You
for
have to
5
hold the
seconds.
climb for 3 seconds.
And your robot's disabled, so.
Shoot her from
If you took you
What
3
officer
seconds
can I
to
jump?
run it up,
Score in hub.
Hey, Lucas, their maximum height your robot can be off the ground. It can't
I-
be above the back wall.
I don't. Yes.
That's always a rule.
Yeah, but what's the difference between the top rung and the top of the wall, and such that if you timed it perfectly, could you spend 3 seconds in the air above the, so you're above the
Okay,
ground,
I'm gonna.
still going up, and then you spend it.
But Avery?
My thought is let's break into groups and let them decide trench or thing because that
Yes.
isn't that isn't,
I-
that's design dependent.
I think adding that as a goal of a thing we need to decide to do is absolutely pertinent. Where it like we need to decide which way we're doing, but that is something that the individual teams could come with as a design choice. So, because you could design entire robots around having it or not having it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really change very much.
Yeah,
So I
so
definitely think leave it up to individual teams to propose later.
decide that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Break into teams.
Anyone else before we leave? Any more goals that people are designing around? I feel very official with this, by the way. I feel like a politician. Like people. Hi, Josh.
If there's something else that we want to keep in mind, do we just like
If you have something you want to keep in mind, let's add it here. Or you can just keep it to your group, but then when you come up and talk about design constraints, and we don't have the same design constraints, it gets a little confusing. So is it something you have in mind already, or? Okay. Sure, then just keep it to your group if you come with something new.
Okay, we do have groups put together already, but do we want to say maybe everybody takes 20, 30 minutes and thinks to themselves?
Oh, I think each group break into groups, but then yes, do that.
Okay.
Are there 4?
Sit individually. Let's do groups now, and then
Yes.
they'll just go sit somewhere and work
Yeah.
individually.
Aren't there 4 meeting rooms over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
do that.
Perfect. Do we want to?
Real quick.
Yeah.
So these are our goals. We would like to ideate things to accomplish these goals. Please generate multiple, come back with multiple. Don't necessarily, you can, if they're like really crazy ideas, you can start eliminating some, but like if it's a reasonable goal, please bring it, or not goal, reasonable design, please come back and bring it and share. More ideas is better. We are in the get as many ideas as possible stage, not the eliminate stage.
If you have like 2 or 3 shooter designs, bring all of them. Like, there's no point of eliminating before you come back to the group. We will combine like ideas later. If 3 groups go with the exact same idea, we'll just combine them into one idea, throw on the board.
Yep.
I had a question that I should ask in the game rules part. Are you able to shoot into the hub from anywhere?
Only your alliance zone, which qualifies. Yes.
If your bumpers are partially over the line.
Bumpers partially or fully within the alliance zone, which basically means you need to be on the other side of the bump or completely under, past the truss.
You cannot shoot over the net.
Yes. You must be closer to your driver's station wall. You may not be in the center of the field. Yes.
Okay, kind of a follow-up question to Darren's, but
Yes.
your robot is able to exceed its game elements, whatever they're called, to the human player.
Yes. Yes.
Why would they do that?
Some robots might not be able to intake from the floor. Some robot shooters might not be as accurate, and they think their human player can throw more accurately. Press X to doubt, but
Pretty much the first one.
yeah. Most likely it's because teams won't have a floor. Maybe.
It's so that way if there's 3 chassis bots, points can still be scored at all.
Kitbot doesn't have a floor intake.
It does. Kitbot does have a floor intake.
Okay, so we have to do that. That's not optional.
Yes.
That is not optional. We have to do a
Yes.
floor intake.
I'm curious too, though, is that the very heavy tank tread bot is back on the menu. I think
Yes.
Yes.
Globetrotters did that in 2018, and they made it to states doing that.
2018 Deep Space?
No.
Nope, that's
Power.
Power Up.
my
Okay.
favorite game.
My least favorite game.
Yeah.
Can I say something to stream? Tank Drive is back on the menu, boys. That is the funniest thing in the world. I want to see it at States. I want to see it at Worlds, actually. Tank Drive at Worlds. Let's see it.
Yes. I share the sentiment.
I want to see it, folks. Do it.
Alrighty.
Hey, go. I think we're good to break.
We are good to break.
Do
Avery.
we want to do groups draw on wheelie whiteboards so we can bring them over at the end?
Yes. Bring one of these big whiteboards over to your room.
Over there, take one of the ones from
Yes.
Don't take any from over here.
Team name, you, me.
Okay.
Yeah.
want the whole group up by the whiteboard while we're presenting?
The sound is on.
It's just black.
Unless you want to.
Anybody like to join and help?
I want to talk about like just one portion.
Okay, you can have your portion if you. Sure, you can have your portion and then I'll go.
Hang on, I'm setting this down. Oh, this is our rinky dink mic. Rinky dink mic. Rinky dink mic. Do we want any of the rest? Did we say we want the rest of our team?
I think we're gonna just do one person talking, and then
Yes.
if I forget anything, you guys can jump in.
Okie dokie. You want me to stay? I'm sorry. Okay. So this is kind of our. We have stuff on the back too. But the main thing that I kind of touched on, where my brain was at, was something that some of my coaches and mentors mentioned back my junior year of high school. Is a passive versus active intake. So passive intakes use gravity, rubber bands, latches, force, etc., stuff that can be undone, whereas active intakes have a dedicated motor to power the intake's main function, or for anything that's shooter, whatever you may use. I thought it might be important to think about this, whether we use a passive specifically for the intake, because then it's less that the programming team has to work on, so we could prioritize our climber and our shooter being active, where if we have an intake being passive, I don't know if you guys are aware of, or if you've learned about this. I'm not trying to like say you don't know what it is, but just figured it's something important to think about, so like we kind of have some active and passive ideas. Just something to float around, again, trying to save programming team time so then we can be more efficient with our shooter and our climber. So, pass it off to Madeline.
Yeah, so I'll go over some of our specific ideas here. The first two we had were kind of intake ideas. We had a hug bot that was just arms that extend and shovel them in, and then kind of a plowy bot too, to stick with the name theme of just a ramp in the front and then ball in robot. I think where things get more interesting is the climber. We had a track climb idea, so this would be a belt with multiple hooks on it. There could be 2 of them, and then it spins to catch the different rungs. So they'd be 18 inches apart, because that's the width of the rungs that we're trying to climb on. So we'd have the first hook catches the low bar, and then the next 2 hooks swing around and catch the next 2. Another idea was maybe having 2 of these mechanisms, and we could go over the edge of the support and kind of stay away to the side, and maybe even shove that way into the corner so the whole frame perimeter is kind of past that support. We had a diagram of the trench, just to think about. I think we'd need to do more CAD and dimensions to figure out if our swerve drive is working well for that. And then on the back, we have a few more ideas. This was another intake idea that had just a few roller wheels. And the idea here was to try and get the balls up higher into kind of the center storage area, so the intaked balls would load into the top and feed from the bottom to a flywheel that went the whole width of the robot. And then it could retract vertically. We were also thinking that it would be very important for the intake to fully retract because of defense and whammy and poor broken robot. Yeah, and then another climb idea back here. This one would use a bumper cutout and have a gap in the bumper, and it would sit kind of perpendicular to the rungs on the side, and then pull up and use the frame piece to brace and pull the rungs through the cutout in the bumper, and then have 2 hooks, one that's fixed and one that moves all the way, so there's an 18-inch gap between the 2 hooks, and then it condenses to transfer from the actuated hook to the fixed hook. We had a few ideas over here. Yeah. I don't think vacuum's possible. Vacuum's not possible. Yeah, any ideas? Any comments? Any?
So this design here for climbing, is that, so if the bars are going this way, are you grabbing onto the end like this? Okay.
Mhm.
I like that. I didn't think about that.
Just trying to stay as much out of the way of other robots as possible.
Yeah, because then you get a 3-person climb.
Do you want to do comments at the end, or do you want to just
Okay. We could just blast through them all and combine.
For this team
Just for all of them. Like,
Well, yeah,
you
give
wanna
them now
present
as they're
everything
up.
at
I would say
once.
now.
Yeah, give them now while they're up and you actually remember them.
So, uh, the one where you said that it has a passive and an active going up and down hooks, you said it seemed like you implied having the passive go back and forth, go like side to side to get out of the way or something like that, some side shift.
It
In and out.
would need to have something either just be able to be pushed out of the way or actuated out of the way. Yeah.
The pushed out of the way one was in is something that we talked about as well. And one thing about the climb is that if we want to do it on auto as well as otherwise, then we kind of have to have it be able to be undoable in some ways, so that we can get the auto and the teleop points ideally. And that's just a problem for all.
That is an interesting idea. Yeah. Just probably geometry, math, dimensions problem later on.
I guess you could use the second bar to pull yourself back up off the bottom one or something like that. Yeah.
So an issue we were running into when we were designing our own climber idea,
Uh-huh.
Which is something I think all of them have, is it has to be within the frame perimeter the entire time and then extend outwards to do so. The issue we were having is we feel like it. I don't want to say like it has to X Y Z, but we have to find a way of getting the bumper back out of the way while it's trying to get past the first rung and then above it. So it'll be done. I'll get to that later, but it's no matter what climber we do, whichever one we decide to do, it has to have some way of actuating out of the way to allow the bumper to get past the first rung if we ever want to do it higher than one climb.
I think we can avoid that too by bracing ourselves against this post either on the front or the side. Then we can't swing inwards.
I completely agree. That was something we were also talking about.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
If so one of the things I think you touched on it with the bringing your intake back in, so with the extending out part, that can be an issue. If your climber extends out in the back, it has to be able to extend back inside your frame perimeter if you're going to do same climb in autonomous. So actually, I kind of really like the use the frame cutout for the climb potential option, as then you don't have to extend back inside your frame if you just put the bar, since it is such a tiny bar, ultimately speaking, and if we use the swerve drive, we can just go up to it and slot it into a tiny hole that then stabilizes several axes of motion, and then even goes inside of our frame a decent chunk of distance so that we could not have to extend our mechanisms back inside so we can undo our climb easier potentially.
Yeah. I think there is about a 6-inch. It sticks out about 6 inches past the edge. Helps. But then the other thing to be careful here is the support piece in the back. We can't get the bumper stuck on that as we go past it. So if we if we're leaning inwards past the plane of the support, then we'll catch on the support, the other bar.
Support in the middle bar, or is it
It's between the first and the second.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Any other last comment? And then we can move on to the next group. Everybody else up? Sweet.
You want to just push this back and over there?
Okay. Hello, everyone. So we have split ours kind of up. We did focus a lot on climber, as we think that intaking and our scoring / shooting will be primarily pretty trivial. This has been done a lot. There has been like nearly 20 first games that have been intaking and shooting balls of some sort. So we didn't worry too much about that. We kind of agreed that some sort of pivoting intake with either wheels or rollers is something we're interested in. The pivoting being able to retract. Okay, so this one was more of like, kind of like a, how did you describe, a water wheel sort of thing? So basically, the wheels kind of rotate around. Do you want to come up? Jake can explain it. He understands it better than I do.
It's basically kind of like a water wheel where there's going to be hands and it spins around 360 and the balls will just come in and it'll pick it up and turn it all the way around and it'll hit the top and just roll into our storage wherever it would be. And that's it.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jake. And then this other one is a more common FRC sort of thing, something that pivots out a roller that is spinning really fast. As soon as it touches the ball, it pulls it against the bumper and then up and over the bumper, something like that. For our scoring mechanism, which is shooting the game piece, we considered catapults, spring punchers, and belt launchers, but ultimately decided that we're probably just going to spin a wheel really fast. Yeah, that's how that goes. And then we moved on to climbers. So we first started with our telescoping arm kit that we have and realized it probably will not work because, yeah, reasons. If you cut the tubes short enough to be within the frame height, you don't have any room to retract, basically. It basically doesn't extend high enough to do anything really useful. Then we said grappling hook, and unfortunately realized that if you shoot a grappling hook out of the top of your robot, that does unfortunately include, that is part of your frame and part of your robot that you are extending past the 30 inches. Yes, Jake? Yes. Yes. So just a simple have a hook somewhere on your robot and pull a string down. That easy L1 climb. We could probably figure out how to do that. Then we had this monkey climb, which was, what was that? Isaac, monkey climb? Just kind of climbing like a ladder, just like a human would. Yeah, something like that. And then, so we decided that we would like to pursue some sort of chain or loop climber, which is similar to what Madeline's group came up with, kind of some chain and sprocket sort of mechanism with multiple hooks on it that kind of rotate around, grab one latch, and then this one comes around once this one is pulled down to flip the hook onto the next rung. We came up with this idea. We did really like this one. We did realize that the geometry to try and get these hooks spacing worked out would be slightly difficult. And so, where did we end up? It's on the back side. What? Yeah. Okay, so this is a top-down view of the robot. We're assuming our intake is going to be opposite of our shooter, which is there. And so this is the climber. And, what? Yeah. So basically, this is the vertical post. The vertical post is pushed up against the bumper, and these two circles right there are the chain loops with the hooks on them. So we think we can climb off-centered by putting one hook on the inside and one hook on the outside. That way, if we start rotating this way, the vertical there will stop us from completely falling off the bar. The bumper will be fully pressed up against the vertical to try and prevent us like leaning backwards, if that makes any sense. So basically the bumper there will provide the force to counteract that rotation. Where were we? Okay, so we had this idea. We liked this idea. And then we considered having the hooks trying to go over the top of the sprockets at the end of the chain will be kind of difficult, because the only way that I know how to attach to a chain is by putting little bolts through the holes of the chain, and that prevents you from going around a sprocket, unfortunately. So we pivoted to a different idea, which I am now realizing we haven't really drawn out completely. I guess this is kind of the closest picture. This is having two separate of these loop runs, but each of them only having a single hook on them, so that you can independently control the two chain runs and move hooks up and down independently. So basically you would get the first hook on the L1. So this is kind of what we tried writing out over here. So we have hook A and hook B. Hook A latches onto L1, pulls down, while hook B eventually, using some sort of spring mechanism, gets past the bar and hooks itself onto the L2 bar. Then, so once the climber B is over the L2 bar, the climber A would lift back up. Basically, you're going, and then something like that. It works in my head. I need to do some geometry to figure out if that actually works. I think that independently controlling the two hooks is probably better than trying to get all three of them on a single chain run. It will be more complex to program, as Isaac mentioned. You guys can do it. Yeah. I believe we have the resources to accomplish it. The one thing Aiden brought up, getting outside the frame perimeter is something that we hadn't fully considered. So we do need to work around that issue with this design if we choose to further pursue it. But yeah, so basically have some sort of spring-loaded hook that's able to slide past the bar, and have two separate climbing hooks that independently control and go up. Yes, Darren?
For getting over the outside the frame perimeter,
Yes.
can we just have them start on the back side of the chain as it's drawn, and then
Yeah.
you not have any, just have them lined up in such a way that they don't extend. I mean, yes, even if you were trying to do the 3 hooks on one, so and the height of it can't be total, you can make the total chain longer by including a 3rd spacer sprocket, which makes it a triangle, and that allows you to have the length of chain necessary to have the hooks spaced out and not have them start outside the thing. And also, if you're saying potentially the hooks could be extended out with like square so that they're not directly against the sprocket, but rather are spaced off from the chain a little bit to give you that extra depth to get past the bumper.
Yeah, for sure. I think we can work around that. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Having the hooks start inside and have them rotate around. Yeah, that would work most likely. Yes, thank you. Yep.
A quick comment. I don't know if I'm going to repeat literally everything that Jared just said, but I think I have a way of it starting. To start at the bottom, we could be, so they're hinged already, right?
Yes.
So for hinged,
Ooh.
you have the bottom, have a flat panel there present side up.
And then the first time they lift up, they spring out.
That would only work in auto, though. That would
Or
only work.
it would eliminate the ability to do auto first time. The moment it springs once, it's not returning.
That is true.
That would
Never
be
mind. Yes. I was about to say only use one of the hooks, but that doesn't change it, unfortunately. Okay. Yes.
But that's just, that was just
It is an idea. Yes. Good.
it would allow you to climb at all.
Yes.
It would be more important than being able to climb.
Most likely. Okay. Realistically, if this gets us an L3 climb, that is 30 points. I'm fine taking the 15-point tank in auto if that's the case. If this works. Okay. And then on the backside, we do have a general layout sketch on how we were thinking things might work. Ball come in on this side. This is an intake roller or wheel, maybe a little ramp to kick it up over the bumper. Ball comes in, gets stored in some big hopper that has a little slanty floor. The floor the balls roll really nice against each other as far as we can tell so far. And the kitbot as well uses some sort of passive funnel system, so we think we can probably steal that instead of needing some sort of active thing. We're planning, so normally your hooded shooter kind of is opposite of this. Because we are shooting, okay, so we were talking, we don't really have a way to aim our robot. We don't have a vision system. I don't feel like forcing your programmers to design, I don't know. I don't know what that all entails, so I'm not even gonna bother forcing you guys to do that. We think putting flat bumper against flat wall and shooting with fixed angle is probably really nice and easy. So I erased the hub, but the hub would be on this side. You would retract the intake, run this bumper up against it, and then thunk, shoot that way.
We have stream complaints.
Oh.
Logan, turn up the mic and zoom in on the whiteboard. That's the two things Logan's talking about.
We are working on that.
We see you, Logan. We hear you.
Isn't it already on the way up?
Did he just text me?
Of course it is.
He pinged us.
Media, not keyboard.
Well, true, but still. Okay, well, I guess we can still do something if you want to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so I don't know if that fully works. We had considered putting the hub on this side and then realized that the hub is like the hub starts almost immediately above where that wall is. So we're not sure if the bumper is enough space to get that kind of underhand shot that we were talking about. We're not sure. Also, we are considering potentially shooting up to 3 balls next to each other, or maybe 2. In 2017, all of the teams that were really good in high volume shooting shot 2 balls next to each other at a time. And this goal is a lot wider than the 2017 goal. So we have the potential to shoot 2 next to each other, if maybe even 3. I believe that's everything. Yes?
I mean, maybe about heights, but I don't know if that's
Heights?
it's like that really that planning to do potential though.
Oh yeah, we are not planning to do, with this design for the climber, we would need basically the full height to get the first hook onto the first bar. So we would need the full 30 inches, so we probably wouldn't go under the trench with that. But we believe that we can get over the bump, and yeah. What, trenches are boring? Sure. Isaac says trenches are boring, so, okay. Yes, okay.
Tiny bit less.
Next group,
Zoom out like 20%.
double click the trigger.
So, yeah, how does one fix the problem of it
Tilt it
won't
up.
sit like this the whole time, and it just keeps deciding to die mid your conversation?
It just
I
flipped
can
out.
salvage the footage for most of these, but in terms of like this, it'll run and run and run, and then mid video to go.
Give it to me.
Yeah, you did.
Oh man.
You know most. I can kind of.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
I'm here to add on.
Hi everyone. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, no, we're getting closer. We're inching closer and closer. We have nothing in the back. We could just like.
Yeah.
There you go. Push it backwards. Here we go. All right. Move it. So, we're probably going to start with the climber because it was the thing we thought was funniest. So, actually, meant to ask you a question. What was the issue you had with the climber in the box? But precisely, because our design relies on the climber in the box. If you deemed it does not work, then ours will not work either.
So, it's a telescoping tube,
Yes.
right? You need your outer tube to be as tall as possible, but that only works if you can extend upward. Basically, you can extend
So
upward.
it's not doubling the length, correct? It's like 75%. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
If you extend up, the maximum you can reach is.
You can only go 30 inches up.
Yeah.
which
I'm not sure if it doesn't work out. We just kind of decided to.
I'm gonna act like it does work for my design. In my brain, it totally works. I promise. Certainly, it'll work, right? Haha. So ours functioned very similarly to a design that my team had done for Rapid React. The mechanism this requires to do would require 3 motors, one of which powering the driver in the box, and the other 2 articulating both arms. In theory, I think you might be able to manage with just articulating one of the arms, leaving them perfectly static, but that is a big ask, and I have no idea if that would work. The thought would be is you'd have 2 hooks, one static, one not, as mentioned, and actually, and the layout they're better described there. These arms would pivot back and forth, maybe even just 5 degrees. This was done to address the issue that I had brought up at the very beginning, where you have to reach outside the frame perimeter. If both are articulated, that solves the issue pretty fast because it can move. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm being really theatrical here. So one arm would move up and down. In theory, if you could grab the first rung, pull yourself up, you could then click the other one into place, let go, leave it slack, and the other one reaches up to grab the next one. You would then complete this cycle over and over and over again until you have the top. In theory, this works. We calculated the arm would need to be at least 16-ish inches right here. These are all extremely rough calculations. No idea if that's right. But it was roughly estimated to be 16-ish inches in theory to be able to clear the bottom of it. The concern I kept having was if you have a static arm, can you rotate yourself up high enough to where your bumper actually clears the mid-rung? That was something I thought about at least. The original idea we also had was a very one similar to, I think almost everyone has mentioned a spring-loaded hook design. I think we also mentioned that was mostly Ronin, and I think Noah, you had one like that as well, right? A spring-loaded hook. Which you push up, it move out way, it click back in place, you go up now. Pretty simple. The concept of having it rotate is going to be a little tricky. You're going to need a lot of torque. The biggest concern of mine with this is if you are cantilever beaming your entire robot's weight off of one hinge at the very edge of your robot. Good luck, this will be fun. In theory, it works. No idea if it will in practice. That'll be something good to test. The shooters, we went...
Before you move on from climbing, please give me the mic a moment. I want to share the other idea that we won't be doing. So, if you have strong enough pneumatics and you have arms that move back like this, if you've ever seen American Ninja Warrior, the salmon ladder, I would like to see someone's team treat this as a salmon ladder and just jump, grab the next rung, jump off it, grab the next rung. Thank you.
Year of War 2026? We call it jumping. So what team did the jumper bot?
Yeah, what team
do it again. So that was hilarious. That was the funniest thing I've seen. What team was that? I can't remember. Anyways, shooters. We did the stereotypical flywheel shooter, belt shooter, same design, dual wheels. Other design is aesthetic sea shooter. We did joke about doing a variable sea shooter. Go ahead. Talk about your idea.
Which one?
The variable sea shooter.
Oh.
This is mostly the bit. We were like, this would be ideal, but vision be a thing.
So I'm sure most of you know what a variable sea shooter is. It's the you have a big flywheel, then you have the hood that goes in and out to change the angle the ball leaves at. You can also make it even more complicated by adding a turret and a small flywheel to add more backspin. Greatest shooter ever made. We do not have the time for that, so.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's a wonderful idea. That's a negative attitude. Get with the program. Anyways. This is okay, good. We also did joke about a puncher. I had to tell them no pneumatics. They kept saying pneumatic things. I do not know what programmers' obsession with pneumatics are. No, they're not.
They're easy on my end.
They're not on my end. So it was an uphill battle, and I had a great time. You guys are awesome.
You didn't like my 8 pneumatic cylinder climber.
One of the ideas proposed was 4 pneumatic pistons with hooks on the end. That was a climber idea, and I love it here. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. We had a good time. Unironically, I actually had a great time. Intake. I will be completely honest. I trust in whatever you do way more than whatever I could come up with. But we did end up saying single or 2 beater bars to get the proper travel. Articulation is not really an option. If you do not articulate our intake, we can't climb. We found out, we went through the rules again just to be sure. In other previous years, the rules get changed when endgame happens. The one edge at a time doesn't go away. So if you ever drop an intake and you can't retract it, you can't climb. Unless you get directly below it, only do L1. In that case, sure. Yeah. Also, the only other fun thing about our climber design, if it works with climber in a box, is we could do L1 to let ourselves go again, because it articulates a lot, which also uses 3 motors. What's up, Darren?
I think you said that it's impossible to have a climber if you don't intake. Now, technically, you could squeeze the climber in and have a smaller intake. It would cost intake size and complicate things by having all your weight on one side. But it's technically possible.
For the sake of pedantry, yes, you could absolutely put the climber in the dead center of your robot and like rotate upwards like that. It'd be hilarious. But yeah, of course, it's totally possible. But
Well, I was actually saying
totally.
have your intake be on the same side as your climber, so then
I think we did also mention that. Yes,
your
yeah.
auto can pop out and stay out.
Yeah.
And then you can have it just hooks the extended out
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, you totally could do that in theory. So that's intake. The hopper, we ended up deciding on gravity fed. We did some really janky math, extremely janky, of how many, I did erase it, actually, that's kind of unfortunate. We did the extremely rough math of how many balls we could possibly fit in it, including the fact that we need to make the trench run. We ended up doing, it was like 60-ish if you do make the trench run. If you don't make the trench run, that gets funny fast. So it's like, I mean,
That's
it's
about factoring in room for intake and shooter.
If you fact, no, not even that. It was a little bit less, keeping in mind that we have some space for a shooter, some space for battery, some space for swerve, yada yada yada. It was roughly 60-ish if you pack them literally perfectly, which is impossible, but it's still a excessive number.
That is a large number. Also,
Excessive. Funny.
we've been talking a lot about making trench run. It's important to know, even if we can get over the bump, being able to make both is strategically very useful, because there's only 4 entrances in and out of your zone, and defense will probably be very heavy since you can't score when the other team's scoring. So someone can easily block like most of those entrances, and if you can't do 2 of them, you just lose out on those 2 even if they're not being defended, which is suboptimal.
So I think the last thing we have to say here is hopper, gravity fed, driven in with the intake. We had an idea of how you want to index them, having just maybe even just 2 motors or a wheel on some side to feed upwards into a shooter. Just an idea. And then the funniest thing I think we had here so far is having it shoot out the side, because we're field oriented. We don't care which direction we are, as long as you know what tread forward is. Shoot that way. It's fine. It saves space. You don't have to shoot over your hopper, then you don't have to shoot over your climber. Shoot at the side because there's nothing else there. Any other friends have anything to add? Thanks, Josh. We came up with it. the group of us, not me or you. You know what I mean.
If you could fit 60 of them into your robot.
That was a huge asterisk there. That is impossible, but hilarious.
What is 25 seconds of not being able to shoot? Just sit there and eat them for 30 seconds and then go back and shoot them all at once.
It's even funnier. Go boy, make free throw shots. Go child, make free throws. Let's go gambling.
Someone from the basketball team just came in. Robotics.
Robotics, right? I think I had something to add, but I can't remember. Any questions? Cool, I'm done being a dork on camera then. Cool. Anything else? Cool. Woo! I caught them. I would never lose my glasses. That'd be impossible.
Do you want to bowl?
I would never do that. I feel like, just like, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you want to start, or?
Hello, everyone. We are Team Dogs, aka the coolest team. So we came up with 3 designs total, all using different mechanisms. We assembled them different ways so that you can kind of see what we think works best together, kind of mechanism-wise. First up, we'll go with this design. So we have an over-the-bumper intake with just a piston actuator that brings it in and out, so you can get it back up and into your frame perimeter, into this sloped hopper, which would then have a belt system, which Q will talk about in a second, that leads it up through a hood, and then we'd be able to shoot with that. And additionally, we have 2 climbers, which would be able to rotate down. Once again, as talked about, you need a lot of torque for that, but it would be a really good way to do it. And before I move on, Q, do you want to talk about your belt system?
So the balls, they go down into the hopper of the fuel, and they would be kind of funnel fed into these 2 parallel belts that would then squeeze onto the ball to lift it up, and then eventually we just hit the flywheel and then shoot off into the off of like a C. I guess you guys call it a C, the chute. Shoot off the angled chute that's pre-angled, stationary, simple, but it would allow for slower indexing, so it's not just all getting jammed into the flywheel. And it kind of just gets slowly fed up, and then when there's room, another one feeds in, and continues like that.
So one of the things to note about all of our designs is that we just, from previous experience, our understanding is that a couple, like 2 lines of rollers that are linked together with a single motor, so it's simple to drive, and then it just goes, it is gravity held down on all of our designs, roughly, so that it applies pressure to the ball, and then the ball gets dragged along the floor, held in contact with it, then it's held against the bumper in contact with the rollers as well. It goes up over the bumper and then inside the frame perimeter, so there's no holes in the frame perimeter for these designs. Also, we don't really have it shown on any of the shooters. We assumed flywheel shooter of some variety. Probably not with an articulated hood or C, as was said, because more complicated, and then that's an extra variable that's really needed to be tuned in and probably requires vision in order to be a quick and easy way to do it. But it could potentially have 2 linked motors on the flywheel or they could be linked with a gear ratio or something like that to provide backspin in different variables. These are all tunable variables, or it could just be a single wheel attached directly to the motor and just a shroud or C to launch it in at the right angle. It all depends, and we don't really have any options for that. Just that takes tuning and testing.
Our next design over here is, once again, over the bumper intake. And then we have kind of, as we discussed previously, I think it was in your group, Luca, how you had the kind of vertical rotating belt. That was actually your climber. For us, we have that kind of dumping balls into our deep hopper, and by taking them up vertically from intake, we're able to have a much higher hopper, which means a lot more fuel. So then we have it going into a water wheel design with a flywheel on the kind of end of that, so it's then able to launch into the, what's the name of it? The hub? Hopper? No, hub? Thank you. I'm still learning the game-specific lingo. And then we have, as was stated previously, just a spring-loaded kind of climber that springs in and then can spring back out once it actually gets over that rung. And then flip. Oh, we caught all the other whiteboards. That's all right. Oh. Okay, so this was our combination of our favorite ideas. So still, once again, over the bumper intake, but we had, what did you call this, Darren?
A 4-bar linkage system, so that I stole this idea from my high school team. So it makes use of a pneumatic piston to push out the system. So first it starts in backwards rhombus position, and then it goes up slightly as it's going out because it's pivoted at the front, and then it goes down again when it gets passed into the final position of the 4-bar linkage. So it allows it to be, instead of like dragging along or being pushed along with just pure friction, it instead rotates and is held in its states instead. Also, in general, the pneumatic system, it does, it was discussed earlier that you want safety impacts. So our team in my high school year, senior year, we got our intake smashed because we had a pivoting system that dropped down in front. And so our solution to that was that you can deactivate both ports on a double pneumatic solenoid system, and so then it can be in a floating state where technically it can go back and forth, but it should stay out unless you run into something, in which case it can collapse backwards and be fail safe in that way. So, and the 4-bar linkage part is just to make it so that it's able to go up and over the bumper and then retract back in more smoothly.
So this design also has a vertical way to get our fuel from the intake up into a deep hopper, because as Aiden discussed, theoretically you could get 60 fuel in here, but the only way to do that is to actually get your fuel up and into the deepest hopper possible. So if you just have intake from here, you're going to get maybe 1 layer of fuel. That's not going to get you anything, like maybe 8. So we have kind of a wheel on here with some surgical tubing that it would trap it in, and then we get it up over into this deep. And then from previously, we once again have the hood shooter. So you would have a sloped kind of hopper system that's all leading to this entry point, which would, as this first design, go up with these belts, have a flywheel in here, launch it through there, and then climbers on the back edge. And with this one, we talked about having it braced up against the horizontal support on the rungs of the actual, what's the name of the ladder system? I'm still learning them. The tower, thank you guys. So on that vertical support of the tower, so that it's not swinging a lot, and then you don't have to worry about it going back and forth as much, and it makes it a lot easier to work with.
It was suggested by one of the other groups that we could have a parallelized shooter, and honestly I really like that. As we talked about a parallelized intake system, so of course the wide width of the hopper of the intake that extends out means that you have a wider reach and are able to wider things, but usually it funnels down to a one wide system. However, we thought about what if we have a wider going up into the hopper so that you don't decrease your throughput in the wrong spot. And then we could potentially, of course, make additional throughput by having a wider shooter system. And I think we already talked about the hooks being flipping out. So to start the match inside your frame perimeter, they could be down. Then using the telescoping arms, they could go up, pop out because they're spring loaded, and then you're able to go up and grab onto a one, and when your hook is going by the next rung, it gets pushed in and then pops back out when you go up past it, and then you pull back down to pull up and grab the next rung. and then you do that in a repeating fashion such that you're able to do it. Although potentially could have difficulties undoing that. There could potentially be a mechanism to make it go back inside when you lower it all the way down. I mean, even potentially passive ones that make use of the telescoping arm that you pull all the way back down and you just never pull it all the way back down inside of it, so that it's not another motor or pneumatic system to undo the climb after autonomous. And Luca mentioned that, well, he's willing to sacrifice the autonomous climb if it means we get an L3 climb at the end, but that's actually only 5 points additional with the L3 climb. If you don't get the autonomous climb, it would be much, I mean, because if you can do it an auto climb, a single layer climb, and then do it again at the end of the match, just by it being a simple mechanism, that's worth the 15 for the auto plus the 10 for the ending. Whereas if you can't do an auto climb and you can only do an L3 climb, that's worth 30 points at the end of the match. So that's a difference of 25 versus 30, so 5-point difference. So ideally, that all has to be weighed into a consideration. Any questions?
Okay, cool. That's great. Next. Oh, that. I was thinking about it.
Would we like to figure out interest in splitting up other mechanism groups? Yeah, I can put a poll in Discord. We can make groups real quick.
And now we're going to do some things. Audio might go bye-bye.
Oh yeah, and also I didn't max my
Are we live? Hello, hello. You're mine now. You must listen to me. Okay.
Be on some sort of slide so it can go out over the bumper.
I don't think that would be ideal, but it's possible. But that's
I'm
that's
just
a
throwing
lot of
ideas
weight.
out there,
That's a lot of weight to put on
I know,
pistons
to
going
move,
sideways
yes.
in their thin direction.
But it gets us past the 4 inches of the bumper.
I would rather have 4 inches of hook that are extra, and then it's braced against the bottom.
But every inch of hook we
What'd
add,
you
we have
think?
to then be able to
But then we
retract so it isn't extending.
They'd
out
have to
as
raise
the intake.
So I'd rather have 4 inches worth of hook here,
Mm-hmm.
and that's be braced against in parallel with the chain, or off to the side on a bar that is there that it's sliding along. I'd rather have it on the chain because it's metal on metal and it could latch in potentially and then be not pinned in so it can rotate around potentially.
Here is an important point that Luca made that I wouldn't have thought of, is how are we going to attach stuff to the chain? Because if this is just bolted to the chain, then it's stuck in the front between the top and the bottom pulley.
That's
Right.
what
Do we
have
had
to
talked
loop?
about initially, and we weren't going to do a 360. We were just going to go up and down.
Okay.
on the
Yeah, as I said, we can just monkey climb
That's
with
what I
2
wanted
chains.
to do, but we
But
just
then
had
how do you
side
get
control.
them out of the way?
That was the spring load. It would hit the bar and then push back in and get past. So that
Oh,
wouldn't
so
get away.
it goes
But how did they-
down and then back up?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That actually could work. Then we just still have the problem of how do we retract them until we need them.
The initial, I
Well-
think Aiden had something there where it does just kind of get pushed into something, and then you activate
What if...
the chain, and then they
Yeah, you
knock
just
away
pull them out
initially,
one time, so
but
it's
you
a single
pull them
time
out
pull.
at the end of the time. We wouldn't get auton
Yeah,
in that scenario, but
I
maybe
think
we
not
could
getting
put it back
auton
into
is
the bottom.
excusable for a 3 climb.
Yeah.
I think we should write
What
that
if-
down, 'cause that's actually probably our closest to a function.
What if we mount the chain loop on an angle? And then we can pull it forward to get it out of the way.
Well,
So you're saying we can have them both at the bottom where they're in frame perimeter, and then when they go up to climb. But then
Right, if bar is
Oh.
if bar is right here and bar is right here, then this hook will be out of the way if it's mounted at an angle.
And then what happens when you pull it up? Like how?
Yeah, how do you pull up
how is
then?
the robot, like angled?
I think
Would it be back like this?
then the robot's gonna get bumped. Then the bumper's gonna pivot under.
technically,
Otherwise,
Unless
it's
we're-
stuck,
right?
Well, it wouldn't be able to. 'Cause
the bumpers could be right here and still braced against the
crazy idea. This sprocket at the bottom moves, so it's a curve, a fixed distance from here, and so as it pulls up, it gets into no, that doesn't. That only works for like a 1 second stage or something like that. It wouldn't get out of the way ever, but I don't know. Like, so then as you put weight on the hook, it brings it into flat such that it's able to pull straight down. And then when you undo the climb the first time, it goes back. I'm probably insane, but do you have the idea? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? So like the
Bit.
I don't know.
Is this magnetic? Can we just snap it to the board?
sure probably.
It has to be pretty close to the mouth of the person who's talking, otherwise it won't pick them up at all.
This wasn't important, was it? This isn't important. I drew that.
Did the math and realized that telescoping runs into the problem of the total throw in order to be 30 inches.
We're not gonna use a climber in the
Yeah,
box.
the telescope
We
Because
can't.
to have an 18-inch throw, you need an 18-inch base, which then combined with the 18 on top of the 18 from the inside, so have the throw of 18 inches, you need the base of 18 inches, and combined that's 36 inches, which is too tall for it to ever exist. So that means
We
we
have
need
to
a
do
three-stage,
three-stage.
which one of the ways we could do it is have a second stage bolted to the side of the first stage. Not
It greatly increases the footprint of the
What do we do so
mechanism.
third?
maybe, yeah. And then alternatively, we have a custom 3-stage.
We don't have a kit 3-stage.
It would be another stage one like the one we made last year, which was a little bit silly and broke.
Yeah, so we're leaning away from doing
I
a
was about to say,
staged elevator.
making
I think we're just gonna.
making an
Last
elevator in
year's
3 days
broke.
is
A
Yeah,
lot.
we
and
were
this
g-
would be holding the weight of an entire robot.
Yeah, so we were gonna focus on the chain loop ideas.
Yeah.
because the The two pivoting arms
Or the
could work a lot better if we had more than 3 days to design some way to get them out, because we don't have, well, even if you could get a pneumatic cylinder, you need a really big pneumatic cylinder because it's to 18, or no, really long because it's to 18 inches.
And then it's still 36 inches, even if it rotates. It's, I mean, unless you are literally climbing at a diagonal. To make
Well, you're
use of the
reaching at a
floor.
diagonal, yeah, but...
windmill climb.
If we did three
Oh,
stage,
Techno-Trojan climb from 22 with the pyramid.
Yeah.
Can what?
if we did the 3-stage elevator after R3D, we can do an extra work on it and make it better, and just make a video about our improvements to it. Because I do
We could.
3-stage is like all the rungs immediately. It would just be a little silly for R3D.
It is kind of, we need to figure out the springed hook mechanism, because in this idea we'd have fixed hook probably, and then
Are you talking custom telescoping 3-stage or two bolted together as a 3-stage?
Whatever you guys think is best.
we'd
We'll
have,
make designs for all of them, and then we'll talk about it.
yeah, we'd have 3-stage fixed, and then this guy would need to spring out of the way, which we could probably make it bigger work. I don't know, we'll got it.
Well, if we get a 3-stage arm, then you can do the thing where you tilt it in or out to get over the bumper. You don't need a spring-loaded hook then. You can keep it in frame perimeter, and then you tilt it forward to reach and grab, pull in, tilt the static arm that just holds you onto there, tilt off, grab the next one.
So it'd
So
be,
you don't need the spring-loaded hook as long as you just pivot the base of the arm in and out.
or this guy, we could pivot that guy in and out.
Maybe.
So, well, what I'm thinking here is this reaches up and grabs,
Yeah.
pulls the robot up to a new bar, and then this springs out of the way somehow.
Oh.
It goes zoop, and then they're both grabbing it. Then this one's holding out of the bar, it goes zoop. They both grab.
But how do you get this to the...
This guy would need to, I guess they'd both need to spring out of the way. You want to draw your idea?
Okay. Because I was...
Sorry.
Because if this is the 3-stage, just you have it on a pivot of some kind, because then this is frame perimeter. The hook's like that at the edge of frame perimeter, comically large hook. Bumper is here. We tilt it out to reach up and past bumper, so the bumper's on the ladder. Grab, pull ourselves up, and hook on with a second passive hook.
In a little bit.
And we can then pull the arm back off and grab onto the next one, repeat.
We should potentially be able to do auto as well if we have if we have two types of hooks. One that is active, we just don't engage the passive hook the first time, and then we let ourselves down.
I think there's only so much we can do bending the arms in and out as well, because the robot's still gonna fall downwards. I don't know, gravity.
You're talking 3-stage.
I'm talking if we have a 3-stage. Then we can
3-stage?
do this. This was the original idea of 2-stage, but it doesn't work because you don't have enough room.
Enough height.
And
A
then you'd
3-stage
be-
would give us enough room, but the problem is getting a 3-stage, which is a big ask for 3 days.
Yeah.
Whereas this is probably more reasonable in 3
I
days.
think we could be a little bit more creative going for something like that too, and I want to come up with a cool, crazy idea.
I think the biggest issue we have with this idea is just where hook go.
Yeah.
How does the hook
Because
attach?
the hook can't be extended over the bumper until we need to climb. Otherwise, you can't intake.
If we could rotate them, as I said before, if we could rotate the hook past the sprocket, we can just do crazy things with the chain in the background and have them stored wherever we want to avoid problems, and then just flip it out as necessary. So that solves the flipping out over the frame perimeter, as well as potential having movement stuff.
Can we still fit under the trench run if we have them both back here? Like let's say for the sake of argument, we can get over the sprocket, so we can store them both back here. Because have
I
18
mean-
inches in between them at least.
I
Does that
mean,
still
as-
get us?
Bar is 27 inches.
Oh, we need to have 27. So we do
Yeah,
not.
it
We
is.
don't get trench run off this at all.
Not without a second something to rotate the whole mechanism up, which is possible, but not. I mean, not really. Not without. I mean, I'm thinking about potential options with like having the mechanism rotate as you rotate the sprocket. So like we have a sprocket on there that drives a mechanism to rotate it upward. So then it's all flat. I mean, if we make the mechanism flat, I think we can get away with a lot of things.
Get it over the sprocket, you mean?
No, just
Or-
squeeze it in the robot.
Mhm.
If we could attach it somehow so it's driven by the sprocket and not that much bigger. I have no idea.
You're
but
talking about the actual width.
yeah.
Yeah,
Keep the width down.
I agree.
Cool, crazy idea.
But it'd also be really nice if it were centered. We could maybe make it work to be centered. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. I wanna. Just thinking. Don't mind me.
I'm gonna look up ways to attach to chain. I don't know. Somehow attach on the outside of the chain instead of the inside of the chain with a bolt.
That's a good idea. Or go grab chain and we can mess around with it, see what we think.
Yeah, I'll go grab the chain first.
That would be worse, I think.
I mean, it would be driven on the inside of the wheel, and just the outside would be free. However, good luck attaching something.
I wonder if we have big enough belts, though. That's a good idea. We might need them.
We need really thick belts.
Yeah. I already have one.
Yeah. We need like an area mic.
Yeah.
Just gotta shout.
Just gotta shout at the mic.
Is there a mic we can have that picks up all of us at once? Is there an area mic?
Honestly, they pick up all three of you pretty well when you guys just have the mic, at least one of them out.
Okay.
So if you don't want to deal with having one out, I think it's fine if you guys just carry it on the stick.
We can just
I don't
pass
know.
around the stick mic. It works.
we want
just
another
gotta
stick
remember.
mic
The
too?
talking stick, yeah.
We could have two talking sticks if we found something else to attach this one to.
I think we'll be fine.
Sorry.
Okay.
Cause. What was I gonna say?
I've kind of lost myself here. What are we trying to figure out right now? Like specifically.
I don't know if we're on any specific problem. We're just on making any of these designs meet all of our requirements. It's looking increasingly like we're not going to be able to do the trench run and have a 3-level climber, which does make me a little.
Yeah.
I don't like that that
so
much,
fun.
just from a strategy perspective. Of we're losing 2 of our possible routes of travel.
People won't learn how to play defense by the time we go to Arth.
That is a big hope. But just even always having to go over the bump is not ideal.
I think they'd both need to spring out of the way if we did this idea.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Because
Even if we did.
they're both spring-loaded down, that does at least mean we can get one climb with them, because we can have them start locked down by something, which then we just pop free, either a pneumatic solenoid just pushes it off, or a motor pushes whatever's holding it off, and then they both spring out. And the upward pressure as they're being lifted causes them to curve back in to get over the bars. It's non-retractable, so we can't do it during auton and then still climb at the end. Well, we could climb it. We could climb at the end, but we wouldn't be able to play the game.
The thought was like you could just put them all the way up, and then they're out of the way of the bar.
Yeah, that's
right.
So
because we have a couple inches, so they might get out of the way.
Yeah.
If you put them all the way, both all the way up, you
At the
lower
top.
yourself down, and then.
I think the problem we were having is we need somewhat. If we can somehow get them to go around the ends, then we're fine because we can get them out of the way to the sides or whatever needs to happen. But when you attach something to the chain, it doesn't want to go around the sprocket anymore. Is the problem we're having?
I have literally no idea.
Same. Don't use chain ever.
Let's go grab some.
None of our bots ever use chain.
Did you find some chain?
I think he was hunting some down.
This is a belt. I think this is too small. It should say.
It doesn't say a length.
It doesn't say
Please
length.
measure.
Okay.
I am not too fond of chain, I must admit. Belts are
Say
superior.
We use chain.
I think it's going to need to be a little bit bigger to make it all the way around.
What
This
we
one's
tend to
bigger.
avoid, right? We
No,
used-
it's the same.
We had to make our own.
Ooh, that's the
because
same.
We didn't have anyone donate one to us, so we had to take
Yeah.
a pool noodle and
I'm
put
pretty
chain
sure
in
these
it
are
to
the
match
biggest
the
belts. I
weight.
went looking.
Dude,
You
it was
can
like
double check my.
awful.
Do
And
it
we had to,
smaller,
like
please.
gaff tape it.
I haven't seen any.
No thanks. Not again. Yeah,
We
no,
might.
literally.
We have small pulleys.
Did that survive? Like, because our notes got shredded and they were, real notes.
We used it only in the prototyping stage. We ended up getting like better ones like day 2, day 3.
Well,
It was
if we
only
can
just
get it
for, like,
18 inches end to end, then
Did you guys
that's
not
exactly
get
what
the
we need.
Fuck with the notes, or?
So the kit we have is from a team that's donated it to us temporarily.
There's
Oh,
no
you're
way to
talking about
attach it.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I thought you meant, like,
I'm
No,
not
it's
high
a-
school. No. I graduated. So
I thought you meant like years ago or whatever. But
Yes.
yeah, 24. Did I say notes?
yeah, you might say notes. I just wasn't.
Oh.
I was not
Bro wasn't-
processing years.
wasn't locked.
We were looking.
This goes here.
Counting is hard, okay?
Is there chain in here somewhere? We
24 was,
can
like,
look at the
basic.
chain and think about that.
Basically.
It's only like
So you kind of figure something out. The indexing method is not determinative by the
What
shooter.
interesting things?
It's
Okay,
the
tell me
shooter
about what?
location. If it's cut into the hopper as close to the bottom as possible, the indexer can just be a singular wheel. If it's up the top, you have to build a pseudo elevator for it.
Okay, guys, tell me what you just have been working on.
Pick one. 'Cause one
Tell
of
me
them
what
is
I've like
way
missed.
bigger
Like
than
I don't know. I don't know what you've got going on. I heard chain, so elaborate.
we want to drive some hooks on chains. So
Like how? So like the idea we had. I don't know where a board over there.
somewhere
yeah,
over
like,
there,
the hook thing.
either the like circling around hook idea, or like Jake's group had with 2 side-by-side chains. One reaches up, grabs, pulls down. Other one.
Are we gonna have one chain or 2?
We would need 2 for that one.
We would well for either. I would like 2 for both.
I think. Well, actually,
The
I was thinking
circling
2
one, you only need
belts.
1 chain because one's lower down is holding.
But
You
however,
2 hooks on
120
there.
pounds
Yeah.
off the back is not going to be held by 2
Yeah,
belts.
yeah.
But
Do we
I mean,
have
I-
a
bigger mechanism would be.
Either way, the bot's going to be
could
supported
do
by
an
1
arm,
chain in either design
but
at some
What other
point during
ways
its
we
climb.
have
Because
to
one hook
pivot
has to leave to go
around?
grab the next one in either design,
We have
so
belts and chain.
it's not any more
No,
supported.
belts.
Okay. No, you're right.
But
Yeah.
But
Right,
not
right,
really
right.
any better. I mean, that's pure friction. Then
I think
at
the
that
only thing
point.
we're gonna want to
So-
put that much weight on is
yeah,
the
the
chain.
problems are either how do we get the hooks in so they're not out over frame perimeter, because
Yeah.
everything has to be behind the bumper at the start.
Yes.
And then, but it needs to go out to climb because the bumper
So
can't be underneath the
these,
bar.
These can only be 6 inches out. Right.
They can be 12 inches out.
They can be 12.
We have 12 inches of extension.
How? Oh, I
The
thought we
what?
only had 6.
For where
We have
the
12.
chain should be.
Where am I getting
It was in
6
that
from?
directory.
I don't know.
I saw some.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just opened
Okay.
all the drawers
Okay.
until
So
I
we have
found
12
what I needed.
inches out,
Kind of.
which so this works fine, but the problem is we need it in at the start, which we think
You were just in this.
we could do. But then the problem is once you climb, they're out and they can't go back in. So there's no auton climb
Fine,
then.
which is fine.
Chains and
Like, I don't how much. How valuable is an auton climb versus an end game? You know, an auton climb is 5
No,
or less,
it's
or-
An end game only climb is 15 points.
No. The end game only is 30. If we
30.
do double. But if you can do the auton,
Gene.
you get 15. And then if you only do a level 1,
Oh, true. If you do a level 1 auton, you can do 15 and 10, yeah.
So if you do level 1 auton and final climb, then you get 25 points.
The only thing is...
Assuming we can do
So it's a 5-point difference. So it makes more sense to just do the traverse, quote unquote.
If we can get the third. If we can just get level 3, then we'll be fine.
No swearing. Okay. Stream.
It also makes more sense to go for level 3 because we're going to be able to do level 1.
Yeah.
And you can only fit 2 bots on level 1.
Yes.
So if both your teammates are doing level 1, you're now not doing anything. So now you're not doing 25 points, you're doing 0.
Yeah, which we want points. Period.
You want points, so go for the 30 rather
Yes.
than the 25.
Yes. Yes, I'm following.
So
Got it.
that is probably
I
our
had
best
them
design right
explain
now.
to me what I was missing out on.
We're getting places.
Good. Liking what I'm seeing.
I think something that could work is the intake, because we're going to have it come out after the start of the match with the
That would be
motor,
for
right?
change.
Yeah.
If we just connected it to a string
but, like,
on
Yeah.
our
what goes-
climber, if it's like
Probably
out, then
wheel.
it'll pull the climber in.
Okay.
But if we retract
Or
it, and we
something
just
with
move,
bearing.
it'll drop forwards like a couple inches. So it's leaned out.
That's why we pay you guys the big bucks.
You know what I mean?
I kind
It
of
sounds like super.
Draw it out.
Do you think you could draw
trivial.
something? Yeah.
Draw it
Yes.
out. You have space.
I'm imagining it, but it's kind of...
So here's our
Ignore the mic hovering menacingly.
our intake here, and here's our climber. Okay, so it's up, so this could fall forwards, but as soon as you drop it down, the string pulls it
Big girlfriends.
so that it can't fall forwards unless the motor spins this back up. But if we bring it back up, then this can fall forwards and we get the extra distance from that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It sounds like we did. I don't know. It sounds kind of
You're linking
trivial,
them-
but if they're like linked together when we're dropping
Only
this,
one can go out at a time.
yeah, and if
Well-
we keep this down the entire game, then we wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know if that should be fine. I think, but if we keep it down, then this won't fall forwards, and then when we bring this back up and it's not hanging over, this will be extended, and then we get the reach we need, and then we just grab the.
But also... Because what climber design are we using in this instance? The hook thing.
Because it just has to be supported by
Are they cutting the
something.
bumpers?
So it'll just
Well, that's
No,
the
they're just
telescoping hook
bumping
then,
about 'em.
because...
We're lifting them.
well,
That's
no,
what
it's
I'm
not.
I'm.
Oh, you're saying...
You would just rotate the.
Oh, you're saying this is about 20... Or this is like 30 inches tall, running on a chain. The hook goes up and down on it, or...
Well, the hook's on a chain, but you have to have a support for the hooks because you
Yeah.
need something
Yep.
for it. So you just move the supports
How hard do you think it would be to make
forwards.
custom train piece that
Custom chain links.
Do we have
What do
anything
you-
separated?
what do you- I'm-
I think we
I'm
should
no
have all
gamer.
the stuff
What do you
down, and we
call
made it work last year
This
without
is
it.
not
say,
this
whatever we did to
design,
make
right?
the
Not the
nose.
looping...
It
make the what?
wouldn't.
Remember we made the note
It'd be the chain, so
2024?
the
No,
hooks would
last year was the
go-
elevator
down,
where
but
we
it
took it
wouldn't
in the
go like
lab.
Okay,
and
yeah, it's
hammered
the
pin
single
out.
chain.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I
Okay,
don't-
no, I get it.
right
I get it
we
now.
can't do the
Remember for
360 anyways,
24?
so
We
Yeah.
had to make
But
a
I
note,
think
and we
that
took
would-
pool noodle and we put
that
yeah.
would solve
That's
our
what
problem where we can lean forwards
saying we could
and get the
weld
extra
something
distance
to
we
the
need,
outside.
and then it also doesn't hang over, but we don't need extra motor.
I think that'd be really
We have a
difficult.
weld. We have actually.
I mean, we can just put this pivot on an extra motor. That's not a huge deal.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of motors. And some of our ideas we scrapped relied on pivoting motors, but
I think we could. Well, then
Called it.
just pivot at the other thing.
I don't think that's gonna work.
No, I.
yeah.
But
Just
you
set
can
them out
go.
and be done.
Good.
I think we just need to do the math to see like, because we need to be able to pull in enough to get ourselves up, but at some point we won't be able to pull this all. We can't pull this all the way down, obviously, because the bumper will be there, and the bumper is pressing against the ladder, so it can't go in. So we just need to figure out how long this needs to be and what angle it needs to tilt that we have enough pull to get ourselves up high enough.
That's on prototypes.
But yeah, no, it totally works if, or honestly, totally works if we have to do the math for it. But in theory, when we can figure out the math for that, like how much distance we need.
I still don't know how far how far in the rungs are.
Yeah,
I don't.
it's a lot of trig that we're gonna have to do, I guess.
Trig's not too bad.
No,
I can do trig.
Trig's a
Cad
easy
can do
converter.
trig for me.
true. But also, it's not the hardest trig in the world to do. It's
On-shape has me covered.
On-shape got you good. Are you an on-shape? I thought you were an on-shape, not SolidWorks. Are you on-shape or SolidWorks?
SolidWorks.
SolidWorks.
SolidWorks all the way.
Yeah, I love me some SolidWorks.
I do not the CAD. I
I do not the CAD.
I just make the funny numbers
I'm
and the
gonna
code happy.
To be honest, that's what just our team only used SolidWorks, and I've used it a little, and then I read like all the CAD I've ever read is SolidWorks. So I just like the books.
Bumpers are 4 inches. And does it be that close?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know how good. I turned it all the way up, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, bumpers are 4 inches out, and the hooks have to get a little bit more past that to get onto the bars.
So, I don't know if you heard that conversation with me. Oh.
I know. But
But,
you're on voice now.
It was said that, so the issue is that chain or ideas would like to go around a sprocket. And the only way we know that's really good at securing to a chain is with a bolt through the chain, which then means that it can't go through a sprocket teeth. So that leaves options of looking at to attach to the outside of the chain, which hot glue is not going to work, obviously, because we're not hanging hundreds of pounds off of the hot glue. Glue of any variety, tape of any variety, all bad things that aren't going to work. The only thing that seems like it could possibly work would either be custom chain sprockets. If we had a 3D printer, that would work quite well, but we don't have a metal 3D printer. Or welding, which is the other metal additive manufacturing system. And at this moment, we're not leaning towards welding, apparently.
Can I ask a silly question? Soldering. How is it different?
I don't think that connection is going to hold. It's not meant to bear weight. It's meant to connect electrical pieces.
Gotcha. That's why I asked.
Welding, perhaps maybe, but none of us are that good at welding, and also I feel like
Weld.
And it would inhibit the movement of the chain anyways.
Well, we can hear her because she's got hers
Yeah,
on her
but-
thing.
I don't think we
I
need to do 360 for it to work.
don't think we have any way to attach to the outside of the chain links. I think we can eliminate that idea.
You think we should go for the 2 side by side?
I still like the 2 side by side. I'm leaning more towards maybe figuring out a way to get the hooks out of the way. I have
Like
an
moving
idea.
moving it on a bar, like a.
Well,
like
you'd still need 2 then, don't you?
We
still
still
need
need
2.
2 hooks,
Okay.
but can we somehow make them
Oh, you're saying one hook static?
swing out of the way?
Or no, because
Okay, here's my thought.
Wouldn't you still need the 2 chains side by side?
Let me.
Because
oh,
one
let me
has
look.
you
I'll
have to
be
have
back.
one hooked at all times.
Let us hook. I think we need 2 hooks. Yeah.
Technically,
But also,
Well, no, we could make one of the hooks static, because
at that point, why not just have the 2 hooks? So then it allows. Well,
it's a
okay.
second chain system we have to run and
Yeah, okay.
second mode.
We could maybe make 2. Like either way, we're gonna need to get the hooks out of the way somehow.
The hooks have to spring load back in and out.
Both of them will need to
no
get
matter
out of the
what.
way.
Well, if you spring
Well,
load.
oh yeah, with two, yeah. Well, with a single one that you're
Nothing.
bringing up and down.
It's
yeah,
like a spring
then it
only goes out
in.
once.
Yeah.
Because
so
then
you
we
have
can have the
to have
total
a way
throw.
to get it back.
We can have it be longer than 18 inches.
For the climb, the way it goes back in is it hits the bar,
distance it's
Yeah.
traveling is
and it pushes
18
it back
inches.
down.
However,
But then
it
it
doesn't
has,
have the overhead of
click
the
like a door.
18 inches of hiding
makes
it.
sense. Some
Because
Yeah.
18 inches
sorts.
of movement is behind it on the back.
It would just once it's out, it's out,
It doubles
and we
the
deploy
length.
it at end game.
Meaning we can get
It means no
Well,
offline
if-
climb, but
inches of travel
fine.
without
we
doubling to
did the
36.
point
Yeah.
math on that, and you get 5 more for.
It's worth it.
I can get
It's so
behind that.
worth it to just
And plus,
Cut-
it's level
cut your
3.
losses.
Level 3 is awesome.
level. Yeah, if we get level 3,
Okay,
a 3-day robot.
More people are going to be able to do level 1 than level 3. Level
Yeah,
3
welding-
is
we
more
actually-
interesting.
Yes.
Welding's not really a good RSAB
Especially if we
thing
do
anyways.
like
we
side
talked
or
about
whatever.
this a little bit.
Are we doing
thought
side
about
climb or are we gonna
3D
do
printing the center
frontal or
piece
back
using
climb?
aluminum,
What kind of?
like
What are we
a
thinking?
sheet on the side or
I
whatever.
think we're going on the front face of the
Okay,
ladder. Or
okay.
we could shuffle the
And then you
side.
can't,
You can probably fit 2 bots side by side.
because it's attached to the chain.
You don't
could
want to
use
though. If you're able to get the third, people are gonna go up and get the
You
third.
just have to do the front.
It's just kind of how it's gonna be.
And I think we had like a
I'm very curious what kind of
spring.
intake
It
they're
would
gonna do.
extend backwards, and the spring would hold
I'm,
it
I'm
tight.
hopeful for the
and then
passive
when it
intake
went up,
to try and save.
hopefully the force
I'm
of the
really
bar
just
would
trying to
push
like
it down and
save
out.
programming
not
pain
gonna
a little
lie.
bit.
That's
Intake is really
yeah.
easy.
I was
It
thinking
is.
some
It is.
idea where it's
Oh,
motor go.
hinged,
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know these
I
things.
appreciate the sentiment of safe programming team, but intake is
by
really
by
easy.
a
It's the
spring
thing
and then
behind
pushes
the
down.
intake that sucks.
Literally,
Strength-
quite literally.
need the strength
I-
to
It's awful.
So
I
it's
build
not,
kits.
It's just not able to
I
bend
read
this way,
CAD. I
but
read
it's able to
CAD.
bend this
I
way, and it's
manufacture
just pushed
parts.
back
I
up
put
once
together,
it
and I take
overextends.
pictures. That's where that's about liability.
Slowly folds in.
That was my idea. That's what I was about to say.
Comprehend a little bit of the
Yes.
the mechanics. I'm
Yeah,
like,
so
yes,
it would bend like this, and then the hinge would still be able to take the load this way. It would just be weak in this direction. And then we'd have surgical tubing or something to spring it around back
I think passive
open.
intakes are just very rare because
Oh, so
active
we can
tends
go
to
down?
be
It's so much better.
way
I think
better.
this
for
doesn't reduce our
minimal costs,
hanging
because they're not
strength.
usually
Well,
It
that
only
hard.
makes it weak in the
And
folding
anytime
direction.
it's a passive
couldn't you
versus
just have it
active
be
intake,
collapse in
it's
the
not an
down? I mean,
RI3D
the
team.
problem with-
It's a high school team that has 6 weeks of
Yes,
the
I agree.
robot.
That
Like,
would
it's-
work.
or
It requires another
more like 8 weeks.
actuation method.
Depending on
whereas
when
we
you-
can
if you
technically have it be passive.
Or week 1,
if we
or
had
even week
instead have
0,
it be
preseason.
collapse downwards
So,
when it gets
do
pushed
they count
up.
preseason? I can't
Then
remember. They
our
count week
hinge
0
is
comps.
the weak direction of the hinge is in the direction we want to support force.
So it's like a prompt
And we only need
a
it to
prompt
support
discount.
force in one direction,
Dude,
whereas the other way we
I
want it to collapse.
It's
We're
6
probably also picking up like 2 conversations on the stream right now. Your conversation and our conversation. That must be impossible to listen to. We've been doing that for a while. Oh. Well, nobody can understand what we're saying,
Should we put
probably.
one mic away and just
Probably.
I can take this one if you guys are done. Do you want to be the other
Or
one?
we
too?
could just have talking stick and put mine away.
Okay, that works because then you can pass around.
Yeah.
Just try and be mindful of like.
I don't know how to put this away.
No, it's okay. I got it. It's
Okay.
just I'm just
Yes.
gonna shut it off.
Would you like to hear our conversation? What we were thinking? Sure.
Cool. Now
So
you
we
have
were
one.
thinking.
Put this back.
We have hook. It needs to be either hinged like this to get out of the way of the bar, or it needs to be hinged like this. If we hinge it like this, then the weak direction, the hinge direction, isn't in the direction we want to support force. If it hinges like this, then the weak direction of the hinge is in the direction that we would like to be lifting, which is not ideal.
So you mean just a plain hinge, not a one-way hinge?
I think we hinge like this
Yep.
and have some sort of ramp, something that shoves it out of the way as it lifts up.
Okay. So just have yeah. So
A ramp,
redirect force
something, yes.
instead. So yeah, that's probably the easiest thing. However, the other option was trying to instead have, which I really like your idea. The other option was simply have a flat something that supports the hinge some of the time, and then it just opens and closes. Like,
I don't know what we have for hinges. I think we can make something work, and then we have surgical tubing that we can use as a spring.
so the hinge would be.
so wrap it around.
So this is like if this was like a top view, this would be the hook. It would swing in and out. So say this is toward the elevator, so it goes out, hooks on, and the other one comes out, comes up, like that.
Something. This is going to be hard to represent in a 2D sketch, but something that hinges like this, and then we have hook with ramp. I don't know if the ramp needs to go that direction.
The ramp for?
The ramp is so the bar pushes it out of the way.
Oh, pushes it sideways.
Yeah.
And then it,
Oh, so they're passively.
and this is the chain.
Okay.
No, I just was married.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
That makes sense
the bar uses the ramp to passively push the hook out of the way as it passes it.
I kind of like that.
And then it'll
And then
swing.
we just have him latch at the start, some sort of release. Okay.
And then it'll.
you just fold them inwards. Yeah.
You fold them
Oh,
back.
I guess frame perimeter. Yeah, that's a good point. They need to start inside.
They are folded back at the start, and there's some sort of release on them, whatever
But
that.
also, it would be a lot easier to fold them inwards this way than
Inward.
down because they're not in the way of the chain. Like you have to account for.
True.
So now you can just put them directly horizontal.
Yeah, you can.
and
Yeah.
They wouldn't extend out at all.
Side folding them keeps them out of the way more cleanly, and accomplishes the same thing as the vertical folding. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Now you have to pivot outside. So
Do what?
we just have to extend it out somehow so we can actually hit it.
Well, this bit just has to be kind of way out.
And we have to make sure that it's fully inside. is if we release it for the auto climb and we can't get it back inside the frame perimeter, then it's going to be out the entire time, and the intake would need to be out the same side as the hooks.
Well, we just don't do the auto climb.
It's
If
kinda
it's a
lame, but
one-time
yeah.
release, we just don't do
Yeah.
it. I think doing 3 alone is a lot for a 3-day bot, and it gets us more points.
I agree, but just a consideration. I'm sure somebody could
In an
figure out
ideal
a way to
world,
make
yeah,
it.
we can do both, but this isn't an ideal world. We're not going for the most perfect robot ever. We're going for a pretty good robot.
I'm sorry. Did you say we aren't going for the most perfect robot ever?
Yeah, no, we're not.
In 3 days?
Whoa.
Yeah.
What is the current
Squeeze
thoughts?
on my
Current
finger.
thought,
Cool hooks now.
hook that hinges sideways, has some sort of ramp so that the bar pushes it out of the way, surgical tubing to spring back in place.
Okay.
And
Why
then it-
sideways instead of just?
Sideways, then the weak direction of the hinge isn't in the same direction that we're trying to support force.
I like
It also gets out of the way. Sure.
It's more cleanly out of the way, which is
I guess we could,
very much a problem.
maybe the vertical would be a little bit easier to
Fully
do.
hard stop against something. It's not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Whatever.
Hard stop.
Yeah, whatever
Either
you
way
guys
is
choose,
fine.
it's fine. Yeah. Yep.
As we could think about either way.
Okay.
Pull up some design. Have
The vertical position be pushing against the hard. Basically, make it one-way latch, sort of.
stop. Surgical tubing so it springs down and then bounces back up against something. And then it's still supported and then hinge.
Any progress on the, in general, what the concept is?
We'd like to make something like that work.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about how to get the hooks out of the way. Yep.
It's literally all down to the hooks moving in and out. That's
Are we still planning on trying to do an Auton and?
probably not.
If this, well, okay, so the thought is the springs need to start inside the frame perimeter and they'd need to release somehow outside the frame perimeter. And if they release out during Auton, that means the intake also needs to be on the same side.
How do you feel about in 15 minutes eating lunch or eating dinner with your groups?
Sure, we can see if stuff's hot, and I think that's the limitation. And if not, I guess we have microwaves.
Oh, we'll have to eat in hot. It's
Okay.
gotta be hot by now.
It wasn't when I tried it like 30 minutes ago.
What?
Soup.
Oh.
Cold soup. We have microwave, I guess.
So when are we actually going to build the robot?
Tomorrow we're going to test a bunch of ideas and come up with a very janky final idea by the end of the day. Have it in some semblance working. And then Tuesday we're going to take that very janky kind of working idea and make it better.
Monday?
Monday. Same thing. Yeah.
Okay. Because I saw the CAD was like Sunday. So I was like,
So that'll be whatever parts we want to actually fabricate, maybe on the CNC or something. And we can probably laser, well, we're going to have to laser cut some prototyping parts as well.
I'm back.
Hello.
I'm just very intrigued. I'm very intrigued. Oh, I was handed the mic. It's on mic. Power for the media girl / build girl. Did we finalize something? Did we figure out something?
just the
Since when I left and came back.
We're getting closer, but we're still about where we were when you were last year.
Okay.
With
Okay. I just wanted to. I watched that clip over of how wanky we sounded, and it wasn't too bad actually. You could pick and choose which audio, or like tune your brain in.
just put one on the left track and one on the right track. I did the opposite for reason, and it'll be fine.
One in your left ear, one in your right
yeah,
ear.
you can just take
Good
out your earbud,
freaking luck.
and then you can only hear one.
How is it going, Isaac?
It is going.
It's going.
Isaac.
Isaac. My name's Isaac.
Oh, drive robot up.
We're driving robot. Ooh, drive robot up bump.
It'll be exhilarating. It'll be the robot.
Are you just gonna stand your phone up there or what? Oh, you have the angle app. Nah, no.
Can the bump be more square to the robot?
Oh,
Or
like
do you
not at
want
an
it
angle?
Not square to the robot. Don't move the robot because the robot already knows that forward is that way.
You didn't change that.
We should make a key that
We can.
just
I
that
should.
resets it.
I should probably do that. You're right.
All right, full speed ahead. No, not yet.
I was still connecting it, so.
The radio ain't
I'll go
connected.
slow.
You're recording?
Okay, you're connected.
Whenever you say, let him know when he's to record.
Great. You ready? Okay. Enabled.
Running robot. Ooh. Ooh, we like.
Disabled.
We just can't like nail that ramp at like, 25 feet a second. He's like, let's hit it. Catch air. We're gonna ruin our hangar though, unless we're short enough.
Fine going fast, but
No,
except for
not-
the landing.
Have you watched that video of somebody actually like nailing it? You catch air because of how.
Well, yeah, that's the
slanted
bad part, but you get
Well,
you get
yeah.
over it. Like that's the point here is we need to
Hey,
get over
You
it.
don't want to hit the trench.
No, you need to get over it, young man.
Oh.
Yup.
Like, just stick the landing.
We should just get air.
It'll hurt.
It'll hurt, but it'll be worth
Our
it.
2023 bot was ramping off the charge station.
We'll just land on all the fuel.
That is fair, but so was there's nothing for you to hit. Are you kidding me? Charged up, there was like nothing.
Well, there's nothing above the ramp either. The
Yes,
trench
there
to
is.
the side.
Well, you could
No,
catch air.
it's on the
and-
top,
and
I
you could
thought.
hit
The
another
trench,
robot.
the trench to the side because you go under it. It's the alternative route to going over the ramp. The ramp is the nightmare ramp.
Oh, why did I think they were in the same?
And the
Why
trench is
did I think they were
If
the
they
same
combined,
thing?
that would be awful. That would be like, hey, get over this ramp, but
I'm-
don't be too tall and hit that.
And
that
don't
would
catch
be,
any air, or else you're
that
gonna
would be
lose your shooter.
goodbye robots. So many
Like
robots
Strike
would
Force in
die.
2020.
That happened in front of me.
Yeah, I remember watching that when Strike Force kind of.
They knocked it
Yikes.
off.
In 23, we
L.
had our
It's a
entire.
tactical move.
It was calculated.
So their
It was
shroud
calculated.
adjustable, but it was so adjustable that they were the heights, and they would put it up
It would go.
above the.
It would go into the.
It would go above the height of the
That
tunnel,
is
so then it
unfortunate.
didn't go down, and then.
That
A
feels bad.
lot of teams
So
had
just
that.
drag
My,
it.
Feels bad.
my team, we lost our climb to the wheel spinny thing.
I think our whole robot just went under it. I'm not sure though. I was still a wee middle schooler.
We had a problem with making our robots too tall. Charged up, we were very, very tippy.
We thought we were gonna be tippy and charged up, and then somehow the bot just didn't. I can't explain it. All the math said that it should tip way over when the arm went out.
So the math was wrong.
The math
You're
was
saying
wrong.
math is wrong.
Math is wrong.
Math is wrong.
Math versus
Math
physics.
incorrect.
The battery managed to balance out the comically long arm. So
We didn't have that. We were too tall, too
That's
long.
everybody. That's all you.
ours is so silly. Short little dude.
Rar. Ooh.
I know. Hot take.
Unpopular opinion. We're just, I don't know, we're kind of chatting, kind of vibing.
423 bot got a beat.
Welcome to the ASMR. Just keep tapping your fingernails and it'll become an ASMR.
Oh wait.
I'm
that
so
good?
sorry to our viewers.
Viewers
that good?
drops by half.
Half a zero.
Wait, let's
It
see how many
drops
we
and
have.
then also
Zero's
there's a massive
crazy.
increase.
Like, we hit the right
clientele
market.
is leaving.
changes.
Yeah, it's just.
Madeline is gonna be our watcher right now. Are you gonna play a song? We're gonna get our whole screen taken down.
I'm gonna see how many viewers you have and see if it goes down in like 30 seconds when that part airs.
That's so funny.
We have 8 viewers.
Oh my gosh.
Hello to our wonderful 8 viewers.
Hello, all 8 of you. This is amazing.
Amazing.
Who are they? Oh, I guess we can't tell. I'm kind of dumb.
Oh, Logan originally complained in the
Yeah.
chat here.
What happens if you tap here?
I don't think you can see
What's
him.
playing right now? Oh, I am back.
Oh, Logan asked, did you guys get game pieces or are they the same yellow balls? Logan, you're probably not here anymore. But Potter's House, aka Tactical Hams, aka 7248.
The best team ever.
Exactly. They're letting us borrow 8 of their game pieces. So, shout out Potter's House.
Whoop whoop. Go Tactical Ham. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So they borrowed, they used.
Well,
kept some.
we're only
Yeah.
using them for 3 days, and then we give them all back.
Yeah.
And they,
Ooh, a little spot where it's a little different.
Oh,
It reminds
no.
me of last year.
Oh my
Packaging
gosh.
From, don't worry, Avery. The game manual will address this. This is from its packaging and shipping, and it'll probably go away.
Probably. Not definitely.
Yeah. Oh, there's a couple of them.
Yeah, there's a few.
Oh man.
Interesting.
effective.
It's
Looks
almost like they're trying to cover something up, if you ask me.
I don't know, man.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, looks like it's got some sort of skin disease.
Oh.
Leprosy. Lice.
No, Sid.
Love. 4-letter word, starts with an L, ends with an E. Life. Leprosy. That's so funny.
We need to vacuum that carpet, get all the Cheeto dust.
I was thinking about that.
The what's it
We
called?
can make
Fudge.
that in ASMR.
Get the camera right there. No, it'd be like
Watch all
ASMR,
the
and we'd
Cheeto
like
dust disappear.
it's
ASMR
a
of my
clickbait.
vacuum cleaner.
But it's FRC carpet.
That's true.
It's just clickbait because when we actually like we say it's ASMR, but then we vacuum and it's like super
We
loud
have it,
and
like,
it's like
really
not
quiet,
even
we're like,
relaxing.
Hey guys, welcome to our vacuum ASMR. And then they turn their volume all the way up, and then we turn on the vacuum.
And we just leave it at normal.
Dude, that would be kind of mean.
It would be kind of mean.
That would be a really funny short that you
It
guys
would
should
be.
film.
I think we did talk about
Hey
that.
guys,
Doing the jump.
FRC vacuum cleaning ASMR.
That's
And then you
it.
pull out the vacuum shade, and it's just like,
Wait, that could be.
"Durr."
Can that be?
So-
Can that be in our blooper reel?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, I know you don't care, but blooper reel. Blooper reel. I don't have any time or space or sanity.
She has none of
I'm making a joke.
I think you should help me make some vacuum cleaning ASMR.
Okay, we can do it.
I think that would be really funny.
Yes. Yes.
Rules schmools. Vacuum ASMR. What'd you say?
Updated rules.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
By the way, for our viewers, we are talking to one of our other media people over there.
Yeah.
It's just one person, and I'm here.
Half of the media team. All of the entire half of the media team. All of the one of you over there.
All of the uno. Half of two in one.
Half of two with one. True. So true.
Big brain stuff, guys.
Okay.
You're so disappointed. Do you want to help us film ASMR vacuum cleaner?
No.
Dude. I
Quite.
feel like you'd have a good ASMR voice. Give us a little preview.
He just did.
That actually, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty good. Do it one more time.
No.
Something. Oh my gosh,
Wait,
I smell
I
it.
got it. I'm Andrew. No. Wait, you don't have to put the mic right there.
Okay, I thought you wanted me to do my bed. My bed.
I'm Andrew. That's how we just said it.
Yeah, that is how he just said it. You look
I'm
wizard.
not doing it again.
He had the
I'm being personally loud now from now on.
Hey guys, today we're cleaning the carpet.
The vacuum.
I think that's so
You have to
funny.
put the mic in the vacuum, like right there.
It's like the
you're a
chopped up.
Can we do POV?
You're a
vacuum cleaner.
At a first robotics competition.
Maybe you're a vacuum cleaner after 2024 competition. Gotta clean the Cheeto dust.
I can't believe it's lasted this long. It's been like 2 weeks.
This
This is
carpet hasn't been used since then. This is the.
It's still got that
second
tape on it. Oh no, is that from recent or is that from past? It must be from
That's
past.
from past.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
this is
Do you guys
whole
smell
thing.
that soup?
Yeah. Melon's opened it up.
Smells like Panera Bread mac and cheese. I mean, not Panera Bread.
Mac and cheese,
Bro,
bro.
I'm on the wrong track.
No, I can tell.
I'm tired.
That's real.
I have been up since 7:30 in the morning.
That's too early.
I wasn't sure if I could have enough time.
To get here?
Well, so like I got up at 7:30, but I didn't get out of my bed till 7:45. I laid in bed for 15 minutes.
That's. When did you have to be here?
10,
right?
Yes, but then I met Jade and I went for coffee beforehand because she had a gift card and she was like, "I'll buy you a cup." I'm like, "Heck yeah, free coffee! I'm not gonna complain." And free
That's
food
still
too.
That's like 2 whole hours between.
Well, and I packed up my
2 hours to
PC
get
yesterday.
coffee?
Well, no, I had to pack up like my sleepover stuff. I hadn't packed anything. Like I didn't have
That's
my
fair.
pillows, my sleeping bag, my blankets, my clothes, my nothing, and my toiletry, like toothbrush, toothpaste, hairbrush. I didn't have any of that, so I had to.
Okay, that's more reasonable. 2 hours, I was about to
Yes.
say. 2 hours for coffee is crazy.
Well, I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget to take my meds or put like deodorant on and do like the basic hygiene things. So.
Fair.
Thumbs up. What am I doing? Oh, I thought someone said my name. I thought I heard Jake say my name. I do too, but like we gotta keep. We need what? What? Am I volunteering? Are you asking? Oh, sure. Not the hard one though. Oh, fudge. Shoot. Well,
Are both the cameras wired in?
we have the shop cam we have off right now, but they're on, yeah, they're wired on, and that one that's staring at us. That one
So
is
we-
that one's the
so
one
we
that's
can't, like,
on.
carry a camera over there.
We could, but yes, they're wired in. See all of the stuff
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
hanging off
so-
the.
So I'm saying we can't live stream walking over there.
No, I wish we could. Can we present ideas over here? Avery, are we presenting ideas over there again, or are we doing it here? Do I have to move the camera again?
Nightmare.
Yeah, that is a nightmare. Oh, I'm gonna fall asleep. Panera broccoli cheddar soup. Broccoli cheddar soup. Gas. I hope she brought bread too.
Bread of soup.
So good. Carbs.
All of them.
Yeah, I need to be careful. My hang on. My metabolism's gonna catch up with me. How can we be entertaining?
I don't know.
I don't know we're entertaining. We're probably like,
Where'd the robot's over there? So we can't even.
what are they doing? Are they?
Glass?
We
Isn't there a
lift
camera
the.
over there?
No, there isn't.
Oh, it's off.
I don't know. We could theoretically switch it, but. Luca, can we switch the camera over to the shop cam? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what to do to keep this entertaining. That's what I'm asking. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can I change it? All right, we're changing to shop cam. Here we go, folks. And then we can do something different. Do we need what?
Okay, I'm not gonna record this update because I'm assuming it'll all go in the recap. And also editing this video is taking forever because all of Luca's presentation, the audio cut in and out, so I have to like switch it back and forth to make sure everyone can hear what he's trying to say. Yeah, you have to go up and hit the button. Is it the shop one?
Yes. Can you go do it for me, please? Thank you. Appreciate you. It's kind of funny because nobody's in front of the thing right now, but they can hear us talking.
True. They'll hear us eventually.
Yeah. Once it catches up. I don't know if this is caught up.
Oh
it's
wow,
not.
that is a long time ago.
Yeah, there we go. Now this is like live.
Okay.
And then this is like the YouTube studio. I'll catch this back up.
Nice.
There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. Yay! All right, gonna
All right,
transition.
you guys are on camera now.
Transitioned.
No way.
Are you actually? Are you kidding me?
He's got to be joking.
Please. Please be joking. I'm just.
You want to give me that camera and I'll go give it to them? Or the microphone?
You're actually moving to the field. Okay. Well, hey, you turn the other one on. That's good. Then we know it works.
I just turned it on.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We get to show them. All right.
Hi, live stream.
Live stream.
I
All
miss
right,
you,
we're
live
We're gonna
stream.
transition to field cam now. How do we click on it?
No,
Field cam?
yeah, that. There you go.
All right. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna bring the mic over there now. All right. Make sure we're keeping up. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Back out onto the field. Josh is in his. Oh, we got wheels. Josh, what do you want to say to the class?
Proud of you.
You're in your skates.
Yeah. I mean, Ronan kept recommending me to put these on, and I'm like, there's smooth area everywhere, so I'm like, all right, I guess I'll just start wearing these for the rest of the weekend.
Broccoli cheddar soup.
And also, that's like what a that chicken smell roast.
is.
Here, put one end of the shot.
Dubs. Oh, you guys were doing what?
Don't know. What are you talking about?
What are we? What? Oh.
We got the wheel on! We just finished ideating.
Oh.
Well, not ideating.
Prototype?
No.
Whatever that. No, that's them. That's them.
Coming up with
Yeah.
decisions for shooter.
We were.
Oh.
Yeah, and intake and hopper and
We were just
all of it.
like weighing out decisions for like the shooter mechanism.
Got it. Okay.
Pros and cons.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just kind of going around and being like, what are you guys doing? What's happening? What's up? Oh, they want the ball. I'm going to go over here and kind of I'm going to go on this side, actually.
All right, I'm grabbing a drill.
Oh, I should move. I'm going to go over here.
Ellie, do you want to film this?
I can.
Do a prototype.
Yes. Can we? You can hold the mic? Okay.
Unless you want to do both.
No, I don't care. I'm holding it so that, put it in with a drill.
Is it on?
What?
The mic?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's hot. It's a hot mic.
Okay.
Tell people what we're doing.
Hello, internet worlds. What should we talk about?
Tell them your name.
My name is. What's your name?
Not me.
My name's not me.
That's funny.
What can we do?
Wait, where's my camera?
So a good bagel. A good bagel has.
Is there a certain angle we want, or we just kind of like any angle? Isaac. Oh my gosh! Isaac. For the video.
Oh yeah, safety.
Okay, this is slow speed first.
Do I just feed it in?
Speed first. Ooh, that worked pretty good.
We'll do some faster speed, and then we'll move it closer to the bumper. See what happens.
Faster speed. Ooh, she went in the robot.
Okay, now move the wheels closer.
Do you want me to hold it?
I can hold it. It's fine.
Oh, I just want people to hear what's happening.
Oh.
I want it to be.
Okay, Isaac, we need.
Ball.
No, we need someone to loosen the clamp and move in.
How does this get loosened? Is it this?
Yeah, you got it.
Exhilarating. Then we.
Then you kind of guess. Go a little closer. There's a dead spot there. That's the one. Okay.
That good?
Yep. As long as the shot.
Mean we're keeping the bumpers in the front?
We're trying to.
Trying to not have to cut them. I can take them.
And then we need
Do you
to put
want to
that.
hold it?
I don't care.
I don't care either. I'm just like.
Here. Put the bearing back in the thingy.
All right. Testing again. I'm gonna try not to like.
Put the bearing back in.
Okay, I want.
What speed are we doing this one at?
We'll start
Slow or
We'll
slow?
start slow.
Okay, we're starting slow.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Woo! Yay!
Dead zone as expected. Okay. Faster.
Fast mode now.
Back it up a little and try rolling it in instead of just placing it.
Like a gentle roll. Ooh. Boing! I think it works.
High speed I catch so it doesn't
Okay.
hit.
Now we swap wheels.
PvP.
Oh, okay.
Try different density
Yep. Try.
or compression, I guess. Squishy.
Present ideas really quick, Luca, because the other groups.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go present ideas. All right. Oh, you want to go? Are you gonna go change the cameras? Are you gonna go switch them around? It's on which one? Yeah, I know, but is it on the can we see these? What's what?
Yeah, thank you.
We should change. It needs to be turned then. I know. If you want to try and do it with a shop one, you can. Yes, I know.
Wait, shouldn't we bring our whiteboard? We are. Yeah, getting it right now.
Hello. I just have the mic, and so I'm just trying to like. Are we gonna do shop mic or shop?
Let's have the intake group go first. Luca. Just a little bit of movement on my chin. I think you got it. Okay.
Gracias.
Are we doing it? Do you have it on that camera? Okay, so just be mindful.
That small camera?
Yes, small camera.
Okay.
Big one.
Okay. Are we ready? Right, stay there.
Oh, okay. I'm front row now.
Oh no, bring it towards you.
Bring it towards me. Okay, fine.
How far?
Head in the way, good.
Wait, so why are we not just regular classroom? With the camera angle.
Yeah, it's just cameras.
Jade, are we good? Ella, are we good? Okay. So, real quick, intake group does not have a whiteboard since that all we've done so far is we have raised our bumper by an additional inch so that we can clear the, is it called a bump? Ramp? Ramp? Bump? It was bump. I'm pretty sure it was bump. Anyway, yeah, so we built a little wood platform. It's on the other view. You'll see it eventually. We built a little ramp that's at 15 degrees to try and simulate if we can drive over the bump. Our initial bumper height was too low and we got stranded, and ideally we don't do that, so we raised the bumper an inch. We're still well within the bumper zone, and it drives on really cleanly now. So we're happy with that. And we have started building the beginnings of an intake prototype, and we will continue testing with that. Next. Next. Who next?
Anyone else want to talk and not me? Oh man, not this again. Hi gang. I'm not standing. That's not true. Do we? Ooh. Wait, can cameras see? Can you see? This one. Okay, good. Okay. Hi class. So we were tasked with just deciding on what elements we thought were most important. We kind of had to do it. We decided to start this with a lot of unorganized stuff, trying to lead this. I did not know exactly where to start. We ended up starting with just laying out the process by which we needed to determine things. So we did intake to hopper, hopper to shooter, shooter, right? So what we ended up doing here is we have 3 categories mainly. Again, top feed compared to bottom feed, top shoot compared to bottom shoot. And I'll explain what those actually mean. Those are kind of just vague terms that my brain understood. But and then shooter design is shooter design. Okay. We have laid out pros, cons of each. It's the top feed of these 3, and then bottom is the literal opposite of each one of these things. That's how we ended up deciding to lay this out. It's maybe not the best way of doing it, but that's what we fell into. So what we mean by top feed is when the intake takes the balls in off the floor, do we want to dump them over the top of the hopper, or do we want to just shove them in the bottom and hope that they popcorn their way up? We ended up determining that some of the benefits of doing a top feed, which would be just, again, over the top, more volume, well, at least the maximum value could be increased, because the concern with a bottom feed is that at some point it might not be able to force the ball in if the bottom feed works at all. It was mentioned between a few of us that that system might work, and we will have to test that tomorrow. The thought is that if you take the ball and try to feed it to the bottom, that it might just kick the rest of them up, allowing you to make multiple layers, even if you're feeding from the bottom of the hopper. Actually, the benefits of the top feed, more volume potential, as well as reliability. Like I said earlier, the bottom feed might have issues with forcing them through. But the downside of the top feed is complexity, just trying to get a continuous belt system going from the bottom to the top. We do not know if we have, like we mentioned earlier, with a chain drive, you can't really bolt things. It can't go 360. And if we use belts, there's potential that that might not work either, because we can't bolt things to it. Circular tubing, I think Avery here, his team had mentioned that circular tubing might work. That'd be pretty cool if we can get that to work. Do we even have circular tubing? We do? I thought we ordered something that didn't come in. Really thin? Okay, so we have circular tubing, good. So the only thing we need to test tomorrow is would that work or not? Likely will. I know I've seen teams do it in the past, so we'll test it out, see what it does. Top shoot compared to bottom shoot. So actually literally back to your group, very conveniently, camera can't see over there, but if you look over there, you see where the shooter's on top? That's top shoot. Our group talked about having, my group specifically, talked about having a cutout where the shooter would sit as close to the chassis as possible. Top shoot have no cutout. Bottom shoot do have cutout. Shooter sit in cutout and is bolted directly to chassis or very, very close to chassis. The thoughts with this is, with top shoot, you can get more potential volume. There's an asterisk there. As we were talking about how nice it is that it has more volume, we had kind of considered as well that with the top shooter, it's going to be very high up, and all the space below it will be taken up by the indexing system to get it up to that. That does hold more balls in it, but it's not in the hopper, so there's an asterisk there. It's more, but is it enough to justify it? Don't know. Again, testing. Height is physically higher in the air. That's just less distance for the ball to travel. Benefit, cool. The downside of having it higher up is just complexity. There's an elevator instead of, we had mentioned designs by which to index it if it was short. It just, one spin wheel, it go up. ball go around and now is in shooter. Complexity, you need an elevator system. That'll be fun. It's really quiet. I don't know. I'm kind of unnerved right now. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. The other thing is stability. The concept of having the object spinning very fast higher up on the rope. Obviously, with correct design, that could be eliminated, but we felt important to mention. Going on to the more messy side of the board here. Ignore the top right. Ignore that too. Shooter designs. We ended up coming down to two main shooter designs. Comes down to, do you want a C shooter? We can't do variable hood. Static hood's the only option. The other option for a shooter design would be the dual flywheel. That can incorporate dual belts or dual flywheel, one stacked on top of the other, and you may barely be able to read the text below that. It says array shooter. This was something that some of us had mentioned, that maybe you could shoot more than one at a time. Same shaft, different shaft. The potential of that would just be faster fire rate. It has less time for fuck up.
Say sorry in the mic.
Sincere apologies. It was going to happen eventually. They kept giving the mic. The array shooter, it just shoots more than once. It's just a wider shooter area. That's it. Of course, at the very end. I'm done talking now. I was doing so well.
Say oopsie, I'm sorry.
I already did. So.
You did digital circus style.
Teehee.
Squeak his gobble and stuff. Oh yeah.
There you go. Please ask questions. My brain hurts.
So what are you thinking you want to prototype?
So we need to absolutely determine if that is viable. If there is a method to go from the intake to the top of the hopper, I think no, not even built to the hood. Like from the ground to the top of. Did you that you said?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not talking about shooter.
No. Yeah. From ground to over the top. Surgical tubing method. I think if we can determine if that works, that might be very well the best method possible. But then it comes down to the other one is simpler. Heavy air quotes. Simpler. So that needs to be prototyped. We need to determine if that works at all. If it does, I would maybe agree that that might be the better method. If people disagree, we could find out if the other ones work better. Again, finding out if the bottom feed works at all. We had talked about it might work. It's determined by the geometry of the balls and the friction and the material quality of it. Gonna find that out tomorrow or later today, whatever time it is. Other things to be determined is pretty much just if we want to do C-shoot or dual flywheel. Stability, programming, what design opportunities that allows us, but also what complexity it allows us. It's one less motor to do a C-shooter. It is the feed mechanism by which that gets fed is inconsequential to if the C-shooter or dual flywheel works better. So, good? Cool. Any other questions? Cool. I'm done. Please take this from me.
Okay, climber group.
Someone surely.
Climber group.
Someone surely. Yay!
No, we definitely have a climber group.
I get the mic again.
I think you can move forward over here.
Okay. So the first thing we thought about was using some sort of telescoping climber, and we quickly eliminated a two-stage climber because it's physically impossible to meet all the height requirements. And then we thought a little bit about trying to do a three-stage and decided that was outside of the scope of this robot, that there's probably a better way to do it. So we thought a lot about the chain belt ideas, but we're struggling with the points of how to attach to the chain and get it over the sprocket, and also how to kind of swing the hooks out of the way. So we thought about springing the hooks out of the way, and just using a combination of a hinge and surgical tubing or something to either swing it out side to side or up and down. Yeah, we have windmill bot up too. That's a little bit of a sillier idea, but maybe possible. And we're leaning towards something like this that involves two hooks on two chains, and you can kind of shimmy our way up, shifting.
Like the
bar to bar. Yeah. But then work on getting the hooks out of the way. Yeah, Darren?
I thought it was perhaps one hook and one solid one that go. I don't know. One that stays in the position instead of both moving.
We could.
Sorry.
Maybe.
That
I don't know.
design is based off of what Glenn had done.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there was
We could think about that too. Multiple things to try. Yeah.
So, you're accepting questions right now, or are you waiting for that? Okay. So with the belt design, what are we planning on using to attach the hooks to the belt?
Chain, and then the hooks would be attached directly to the chain, with the understanding that they obviously couldn't go above or below the top or bottom pulley.
And that'll be enough?
Yes, if the hooks can spring out of the way.
Turns out there actually does exist a piece. However, McMaster-Carr can only get us to us by Tuesday. Is the only place I've found it so far. Like a chain that has a side attachment piece with belts in it, and can hold hundreds of pounds from a little tab.
Yeah.
That's Not me again.
No.
So how do we have a proposed mechanism to avoid the bumpers colliding with the rungs?
Thinking about it, haven't quite gotten that far. We got hung up quite a bit on a couple things.
With the way the hooks spring in and out of the way, I guess that when they spring out, they just have to go past the bumpers and then onto the hook or onto the bar.
Mhm.
So they're gonna be quite long that way, but that's probably just the
We
best way
can
to do it.
also probably slide up the vertical support, and not have to swing inwards.
That's our plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still has the issue where if it's just vertical posts, they have to reach far enough out to touch the rung, which is totally doable. Just make the hooks really long.
Yeah.
But
Should be able to.
like really long, not that much, but it just has to reach past the bumpers and be not out like that
Mhm.
during normal operation.
We could do bumper cutout. Make vertical
Have to touch
posts.
the bumper then.
Something I missed. Are you trying to design just for the first level, or are you trying to get higher?
Trying higher than the first level, yeah. The idea would be the double chain could get to the top.
You should talk about that we think it would be really easy to do a single level with our telescope.
Oh, yeah, we could really easily use our climber in the box to just get L1.
That's like the backup plan for.
I think climbing is not optional. We will climb something.
Yeah. Minimum level 1.
The goal is 3, the backup plan is 1 with the telescoping arm.
I guess we haven't considered only doing level 2. Maybe we can come up with crazy mechanism that very simply just does L2.
I think doing L2 is basically the same as doing L3 in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to find a mechanism that fits in the niche of only doing L2.
I don't disagree with that at all. I think if you can do L2, you already did L1. If you can do L2, repeat it a second time, you'll do L3.
Can L2 be done with climber in a box though?
No.
L2 is very comparable to L3 of 2022, where in order to get that high, you already have to be able to get bend from 3 to 4.
Rack react.
Yeah.
They've essentially cut out the
Because climber in a box just can't give us 18 inches of travel.
bar 2 and catch bars 1, 3, and 4.
Yeah, because I think to
Yeah.
Not even if we went underneath our chassis a little bit, like rather than catch from the top.
To get 18 inches of travel, okay, you have big stage, little baby inner stage. All right, and then the big stage has to be 18 inches, and then you extend that guy up.
18 more inches.
Yeah, then you're sitting at too much.
So 30 is the max when everything is always extended. 30 isn't just initial frame.
No, it has to be under 30 the entire time. Yes, even when climbing.
That's crazy.
which is why the second rung is almost exactly 36
That's
off the
why.
ground.
That's so short.
Right?
27 plus 18.
45.
The second rung?
Yeah,
Is it really?
45.
From ground to first one, and then
27, 45, 63.
Oh, I got that. But yeah, it's impossible to sit on the ground and grab rung 2.
Yep.
30.
They intended
That's so crazy.
Okay.
That's probably a dumb idea, but
Mhm.
maybe a way of just making that work.
Mhm.
It's not worth saying out loud yet.
Okay. Keep it cooking. Any other ideas? Any other things to consider? Comments, critiques, things you think might be a problem? Yeah.
Could you re-elaborate on what you mentioned about the third bullet point for climber in a box L1 only add for auto?
That was an interesting idea of just throw it on to get the auto. Because a lot of the ideas with the hooks have them springing out when we're ready to climb, and then they would not be able to be retracted. So then if they sprung out during auto, that would count as our one side of extension. And our intake would have to also be on that side. Which may be possible, but
Very hard.
yes. Do we intend for the camera to be pointed that way?
Nope, the little camera's on you.
Okay.
I think there's a way we could get the hooks to retract when it's in the bottom stored position somehow.
That's an idea.
There's a way we could do it. I'm pretty sure we just need to play around with that a little more.
So what do you guys want to prototype?
We're thinking mechanisms for the hooks to retract. I like Luca's idea just now of making it retract in the bottom storage.
That does steal from our height a little. I don't know. Realistically, the 18 inches isn't that big of a height difference. Like 18, we still have quite a bit of room to work with. So I think if we give up a couple inches of travel at the bottom to retract the hooks, maybe that's enough.
We do have the whole height of the robot to work with too. As long as the top of the chain is up, which is 18.
I think we can probably work a way out to retract the hooks. Maybe, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Something to test with prototyping, since we need to prototype the springing mechanism anyway.
But not if they go upwards into a hard stop. If they need to pull downwards and then retract backward, they couldn't if they hit something going up. So, idea of hooks retract downwards, surgical tubing springs them back up. Hooks hit hard stop. I would assume that if they tuck into the chassis and retract, they would retract upwards.
Potentially. I'm sure we can probably figure out a way to geometry it so that they store back downwards too. I have an idea.
I'm not a huge fan of them going up.
Yeah.
That seems kind of weak if you're hanging the whole weight on.
Well, they probably can't go up. 'Cause
Yeah.
you can't make them spring up, but then also hold onto a bar.
Well, yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
I don't.
That just
wouldn't
doesn't work.
like that at all.
Well, if you have an idea, Lisa.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I think this is way harder than we thought it was. Go figure. Climbing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you get when the rest of the game
Yeah.
is shooting,
Shoot ball.
shooting really
Shoot
hard
ball.
nice balls. The sliding ball against
Now
the
climb, but like you're super short.
When you're super short, you can climb straight up on a ladder.
That makes sense.
Gotta let somebody climb all the way to the top first.
Or you could just hang on one end.
Prioritizing being small and then just side by side.
But only if you fit on the two.
My thing is you can't have like 3 people. So you have to let somebody go up.
He's falling off elevator.
I guess, yeah, they can go to the other side, but there's still so much going on there.
Oh, sure. Just put some pistons on like one end.
Get more vertical extension by
So if one of you's on this side of the ladder, the other's on this side of the ladder, I think you could do it without hitting each other. It's just perfect.
Yeah, if you don't swing.
Yeah, but if you're pressing against the ladder. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
Din din, and then go back to your groups, and we're gonna talk about what we're prototyping. So everybody's gonna figure out like your top 2 mechanisms. I know you talked. Oh, sorry. I know you talked about how you're going to retract the hooks. Intake is doing what?
Wheeled rollers and like actual roller, compression testing,
Okay.
heights of rollers. Do we need 2 rollers? Can we get away with 1?
Okay. Can you work with the intake? Because I know they have a lot on their plate as well right now. I'm sorry. Yes, indexer stuff into Hopper.
Testing if we can bottom load it.
Because that would be pretty sick if we could just bypass that. Okay, so Madeline brought food for us, so we're gonna get that and then break back up into groups and get to work. It's a working dinner. Gotta stay locked in. Okay, cool.
For anyone else that's not able to eat what Madeline brought, Darren and I are going to Condado. You're welcome to join.
It should be Darren gluten-free, but not you gluten-free.
Yeah, the bar's a little different. Oreo milkshake earlier today.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know it was Oreo milkshake.
Didn't stop you.
Tiny bits of Oreo. Just tiny, tiny.
What is it?
He ate an Oreo milkshake and a contaminated fries.
No, I'm not trying to argue that. I'm trying to argue it's almost gluten.
I'm trying to argue he's a fake fan.
Yeah.
What are the 5 food options?
Food option is vegetarian, broccoli cheddar, and chicken noodle.
Chicken noodle sounds fire. But also broccoli cheddar.
Do we
I'm curious to see what Madeline's broccoli cheddar tastes like compared to Panera's.
Okay. You have them over there? Okay, cool.
It's dumb.
I suppose.
Can you shut it off? Should I say we're gonna do anything else?
Pretty cool.
We're just gonna eat some dinner.